The House will come to order. Members, our prayer today will be given by Brother Larry Cummins. He is interim pastor at Lineville Baptist Church and is a guest of Representative Oliver.
Thank you. Shall we pray? Father, thank you for a beautiful day that you've given to us today and the opportunity that we have to be about your business. Thank you, Lord, for the power of your presence that's here with us this morning. Thank you that very early in this session that we can acknowledge you and just to say we need you. We need your guidance and wisdom in everything that we do. Thank you for these men and women that serve so well in our state. And I pray today that you might give them deep discernment and special wisdom in all of their deliberations and every decision that's made. Not only that it would be decisions for the good of the state of Alabama, but particularly for our families and for our children and our grandchildren. So would you guide? And Lord, you told us in your word that we need to seek you and lean not unto our own understanding, but in all of our ways acknowledge you, and you would direct our paths. So we believe that today, and we pray for your guidance and leadership in all that's done, and we'll praise you for what's accomplished today. In Jesus' strong name, amen.
Amen. Members, today's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Will Wagner. Will is a 5-year-old, will start kindergarten this fall at Trinity Presbyterian School. He is the guest of the Speaker's staff and the pro tem staff. Will?
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
That could be President Wagner one day, it looks like to me. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Speaker, Allman, Baker, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracey, Brinyark, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Daniels, Drummond, DeBose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harbison, Harrison, Hassall, Hendricks, Hill, Hulk, Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Lamb, Lands, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shedd, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrell, Stadhagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Witt, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood D, Wood R, Woods, Yarborough.
"53 members have answered roll. Quorum is present. The House is ready to transact business. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, absent members are excused. The chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 24th legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the Journal at length for the 24th legislative day be dispensed with.
Are there any objections? Hearing no objections, reading of the Journal is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, the Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not forget your statement of economic interest is due. Do not forget to turn in your statement of economic interest. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move when we adjourn today, we'll leave the Journal open for the clerk to complete his business. And we reconvene on Tuesday, April the 30th at 1 p.m. Tuesday.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion prevails. Clerk will now receive reports of standing committees. We'll receive those reports throughout the day. The House is now in position to introduce bills and resolutions. Yes, sir.
House Joint Resolution Number 220 by Representative Warren celebrating the 40th anniversary of Mulberry Medical Associates. House Joint Resolution Number 221 by Representative Keel commending Madeline Cooper for outstanding community service in her role as Miss University of North Alabama. Senate Joint Resolution Number 62 by Senator Beasley and Reed for his many professional accomplishments. Senate Joint Resolution Number 63 by Senator Shelnut, celebrating William Edward Cowden on the occasion of his 100th birthday. Senate Joint Resolution Number 64 by Senator Allen, mourning the death and celebrating the life of Stephen Charles Sloan.
I move adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution Number 211 by Representative Rigsby, recognizing Cigar Box Guitar Day in Huntsville, Alabama on June 1st, 2024.
Move adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution Number 58 by Senator Albritton establishing the Alabama Blockchain Study Commission.
I move adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed?
Senate Joint Resolution Number 61 by Senator Orr, requiring the Alabama legislature or the legislature of Alabama to conduct a study on modernizing K-12 education school funding.
Move adoption.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is adopted. Ms. Clerk, let's call the uncontested local bills.
On page 66 of the calendar, House Bill Number 466 by Representative Paramore relating to Pike County.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Representative Pascal. You going to speak on this bill?
No, I have a timely resolution.
Okay, we're on the bill right now. We can do that in a minute. Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR on 466. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Votes 61 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of 466. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 22 ayes, 0 nays. HB 466 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 66 of the calendar, House Bill Number 469 by Representative Baker relating to the
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes, 58 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 469. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes, 12 ayes, 0 nays. HB 469 has been adopted. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 65 of the calendar, House Bill Number 471 by Representative Chestnut relating to Dallas County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes, 55 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is the final passage of 471. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote, 17 ayes, 0 nays. HB 471 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 66 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 142 by Senator Bell relating to the city of Pell City.
Clerk, unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk, lock machine. Record the votes. 51 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. The question for the body now is final passage of SB 142. Clerk, unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Record the votes. 11 ayes, 0 nays. SB 142 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 66 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 156 by Senator Chambliss relating to Autauga County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 53 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of SB 156. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 14 ayes, 0 nays. SB 156 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 65 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 267 by Senator Kitchens relating to Marshall County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 50 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage for SB 267. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 12 ayes, 0 nays. SB 267 has passed.
There's one more. On page 66 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 262, a constitutional amendment by Senator Jones relating to Etowah County.
Okay, this is a constitutional amendment requiring 63 votes. Representative Butler, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. Senator Jones had asked me to add an amendment that replaces line 43 on page 2 with the following: distribution including but not limited to for the establishment, equipment, maintenance, or operation of a public law library.
So what does the bill do?
Oh, this is just dealing with some regulation and disbursement of some court costs.
Okay. So you heard the explanation of the CA. This does require 63 votes.
Yeah, and I've got an amendment to it, too. Yeah. This will be ours. Yeah, okay.
Okay, the question for the body now is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 64 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
Yeah, got an amendment. Yes, sir, and the amendment is the one I explained a while ago.
Okay, you have a floor amendment. Clerk's lead amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 262 by Representative Butler.
I think Representative Butler's already explained the amendment. The question for the body now is adoption of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 40 ayes, 0 nays. Amendment has been adopted. The question for the body now is final passage of SB 262 as amended. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. This is a constitutional amendment requiring 63 votes. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 63 ayes, 0 nays. Question for the body now is local application of SB 262. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 35 ayes, 0 nays. SB 262 has passed. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Representative Pascal, for a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. I have a time-sensitive resolution.
Clerk, see the resolution.
Resolution from Representative Pascal.
Representative Pascal, you care to explain the resolution?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, members, April is National Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month, and my resolution is recognizing the week of April the 21st as Parental Alienation Prevention Week, and today being April the 25th is Parental Alienation Awareness Day. The governor has signed a proclamation along with 70 other mayors. When you think of child abuse, you normally think of bruises or even neglect as far as providing food for a child. But this is a unique form of child abuse recognized by our mental health professionals as one of the worst mental child abuses that exists when it comes to a child being alienated from one of their parents. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I think we have a short video.
Hello, everybody. We're here to ask you to join the fun on April 25th. All you need to do is stop what you're doing at noon and blow some soap bubbles, inside or out. The bubbles represent love and the power of love. Get your school, church, and community to help. Show your love. Blow some love bubbles. Be sure to record it and post it on YouTube. April 25th at noon. Wherever you are in this beautiful earth. Blow some bubbles. Go to bubblesofloveday.com.
Okay. So with that, Mr. Speaker, we're asking everyone at noon, if you can, meet me out on the front steps. Well, I don't think they can hear me right now, Mr. Speaker. You can hear me? Okay, all right. Okay, at noon, I'm asking everyone to join me out on the front steps. We're going to grab soap bubbles. We're going to blow bubbles just for a couple minutes. And that's a symbolic of the love that every child in our state has and deserves. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will ask for the passage of the resolution. Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the resolution.
Okay, you heard the sponsor on to adopt the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Resolution has been adopted.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore, for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask you all to listen at what I'm getting ready to say. We have Senate Bill 278 that's working. It's been passed by the Senate, and we're working on it in the House. But the importance of this bill is they're trying to work out some workman compensation for our teachers. A lot of our teachers are being injured on the job, and the group now that review when they send in their workman compensation requests has not been adequate over the years in treating our educators, our support staff, when they have incurred an injury on the job. And I ask that, I know they're still working on it here in the House, But if it comes to the floor, I ask that we all do our due diligence and read it and support it so that we can provide some type of workman compensation for our teachers, because they're getting broken arms. Students are planning how they beat a teacher up, and then they video and put it on TikTok as if it's something fun. So I'm just asking you to support Senate Bill 278 when they work out the kinks and bring it to the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a resolution.
Clerk, see the resolution.
House Resolution number 225 by the House Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Move adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo. Point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I want to support what the gentle lady from Jefferson just came and reported to us. I have a teacher that's in my district over in Marengo County that was over time was poisoned by some of her students, and it has caused her some severe health issues. And right now she's unable to access retirement or anything of that nature. And it has been proven. We have the facts, and the people have been the kids have been adjudicated delinquent because of their acts. But I think it's very important that we look at how we are treating our educators that are hurt on the job. So I encourage all of us to really give that some consideration when it does come up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Clerk, call first bill on special order calendar.
On page 44 of the calendar, House Bill number 415 by Representative Gavan, relating to the Distressed Institutions of Higher Education Revolving Loan Program.
Representative Van, you are recognized.
Members, if I may have your attention for just a moment. First of all, I want to begin as I rise to thank the Speaker for his efforts last year in working with me on a very critical issue here in the state of Alabama, and that was to assist Birmingham Southern College with a loan or grant, and as well as the creation of legislation entitled Higher Education Revolving Loan Program. I also stand to thank Representative Garrett for working with me across party lines to do just that in an effort to save Birmingham Southern and to stop them from closing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your help. I rise today and I present to you House Bill 415. And when and if enacted, it would simply repeal the Distressed Institutions of Higher Learning, Education Revolving Loan Program created by Act 23560 of the 23 regular session. These funds would, once this bill is appealed, any funds in the Distressed Institution and Higher Learning Loan Program Fund shall be transferred to or back to the Education Trust Fund within 30 days. Let me just explain to you also, because some of you have asked, there will be a distribution of this $30 million fund in the following. $14,998,000 will go back to the go back to the Education Trust Fund, and $15 million will go back to the Education Trust Fund. So we've already voted on this last week when Representative Garrett presented the Education Trust Fund budget. But again, I wanted to make sure that you all knew that this would be the repeal of that act, and that those funds, most of them, nearly almost $15 million, would come back to the respective House members, and those funds would flow into our grant program this year for distribution. So at this time, Mr. Speaker, I move for the BRR. And also, before I do that, I want to thank Young Boozer for his efforts to ensure that due diligence was exercised in moving or attempting to move this process forward. It's not always easy when we stand in these positions, and I stand in a precarious situation because I represent the area, but I would never do anything against the people of Alabama. If it's not right, it's not right. If it's broken, it's broken, and if it can't be fixed, it cannot be fixed. So members, if you all would, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to commend Young Boozer on his efforts in trying to work through this process with us. And he's sitting in the gallery. So at this time, Mr. Speaker, I move for the BRR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I got some concerns. You know, last year when that bill came up, and we knew that it was for Birmingham Southern, but there was a lot of dialogue before they passed that bill that said, you know, other institutions that might have financial problems can submit a request and maybe benefit from that. What bothers me is we said that last year during the discussion, and now we want to come straight forth and say, oh, this was just for Birmingham Southern, which we said. But then we passed it under the pretense that this is a fund that's being set up where any other university, college in the state of Alabama, if they're having financial problems like Stillman is having financial problems, and I know one of the schools in Selma had financial problem, and possibility others. But we passed it under that umbrella that it was there for everybody. So now we come back and say, no, it was just for Birmingham Southern. And since Birmingham Southern, they couldn't work it out, so now what we're going to do is repeal it. So why did we do the dialogue last year to talk about that it could help other institutions if they had financial problems?
I'm not necessarily sure why there was so much dialogue on that. I know when I came into this process, I did speak to the fact, and we knew going in that we would be attempting to assist Birmingham Southern with their application. However, there was not an appetite for many of the legislators to even move forward with that process. Unfortunately, in the state of Alabama, there's a fundamental belief by many members that they are not in support of providing, or at least a certain amount of funds, or any funds at all, to higher levels of educational institutions of higher learning that are state dollars that are not public schools. And so, as I stated a moment ago, I know I stand in a very precarious situation because I didn't want to see Birmingham Southern close. I've taken a lot of heat. I've taken a lot of criticism about my position. One of the issues that I had, even as I've shared with you, is that the bill came back amended from last year to remove the treasurer. I did not feel that that was the proper thing to do. We may not always agree along party lines, but I do believe if we started the process, we should have continued the process in the vein for which it was started. But I can't answer in whole as to
why that discussion, because there was plenty of discussion in this chamber on how beneficial this account could be to other schools. So if I just have problems with some of the things we say and do, not you, but the people that brought that discussion up to encourage other people to support that bill. And some people were listening from the perspective that, okay, I have a school in my district that's got some problem. Maybe they can tap into this fund, you know, if all of it, even though we said the amount in there was specific for Birmingham Southern, still it was given that hope that other schools within the the state could possibly have the opportunity to dip into that fund if any should have been left. But I just wanted to encourage us that, you know, out of one side of our mouths, we talk how important education is. And then out the other side of our mouths, we have a whole lot of isms against education. And I think that it is incumbent upon us to be truthful to the citizens when we're carrying out this, because even when it was built, there was lots of conversation and hope in the community, not only for Birmingham Southern, but for other areas of the state where they had small colleges that was in financial trouble, and there was the possibility that they could have tapped into this fund. But it just amazes me how we do this, and we don't even blink our eye at the fact that all of the truth was not put on the table for this pot of money that we voted out last year, and now we're repealing that opportunity from any of those small colleges that might put in the right application and request and do everything that's right for it. I know with Birmingham Southern, there were some isms out there, but yet and still we had hope that those other small colleges probably could have tapped into this to give them some relief also. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Representative Moore.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentlelady yield. Thank you for your work on this very difficult issue. It's been a long process. I appreciate your diligence and work. Also, Representative Moore, appreciate your comments. I want to just respond. I wasn't going to say anything, but I thought I might just respond to give you another perspective. When we put this program in place, we were really hoping that it would do just what you said, to be a program available to distressed institutions. It was primarily focused on Birmingham Southern because of the situation that was there and the high-profile situation that was there. During this time, we did learn how difficult this is going to be to get a loan under this program. There were very tight parameters. One of the main conditions was that the institution had to be able to provide a first position in collateral, and that's just very practically difficult to do. We thought it might be doable in that case. I will say there was at least one other institution that did make an application and were not able to meet those standards. The treasurer did review that application, and there was one non-education institution that made an application and for those same reasons was not able to do it. Also, I think it's important to remember that this bill expires when the current treasurer leaves office, so it's a very short window. So I think it was an idea that we did that was trying to help a particular situation, but also we thought it would be broad enough to help others. We've come to find out that the parameters were just so tight that it's just not really practical. So the choice, I think given the timeline of this program, given the difficulty of providing a first position in collateral for most of these institutions, given the fact that a lot of members did not like the idea of entertaining non-public institutions, all that together, I think the decision here was that, and with Birmingham Southern, being out of the picture, that we would take the money, revert it back to the Education Trust Fund and spend it separately. So I think the intentions were well intended. It was just a lot more difficult to practically than we realized, I think.
And I did just want to add one thing, because this has come to me also when looking at some of these institutions. They cannot or are not in a position to allow the state to have the first right of refusals because there are so many other lien holders ahead of the state. And at this point, some of their financial assets are just all over the place, period. And it just makes it very difficult. But I do hope that, and I know the treasurer is here, and I know, I don't know if he's going to run again in 2 years or not, but I would hope that we would give some consideration, Mr. Chairman, to possibly looking at something, even if it's on a smaller scale, but something that we can adjust those parameters and then figure out what we can do to craft, because we do have a lot of great educational institutions, public and private, who have run into financial constraints, over the past few years. But again, I do know there were others that did make application but could not meet the requirements as prescribed by law. And I did also want to add, I want to correct something with regards to the monies. The $14,998,000 will go to the Education Trust Fund, and the $15 million will go to the Lieutenant Governor's Capital Grant Program. So I just wanted to be clear to make sure, and there were certain fees that were encumbered during this process over the course of the last year, and that's why it's not a complete $15 million back to the ETF.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 97 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Van.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, if there are no further questions, I move for final passage of HB 415.
That is the question, is final passage of HB 415. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 98 ayes, 0 nays. HB 415 has passed.
Thank you.
Thank the lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 24 of the calendar, House Bill number 385 by Representative Mooney relating to crimes and offenses.
Representative Mooney, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Under existing law, the use of any premise to distribute that the use of any premises to distribute to minors material that is harmful to minors is a public nuisance. Under existing law, the term sexual conduct is defined. The bill would further provide for the definition of sexual conduct. Under existing law, certain obscenity laws do not apply to public libraries, public school libraries, college libraries, or university libraries, or the employees or agents of any such libraries. This bill would provide that these criminal obscenity laws do not apply to college or university libraries or their employees or agents, but do apply to public libraries, public school libraries, and their employees or agents. Excuse me, I should be reading off of the sub. Employees or agents in certain circumstances. You'll note that there's some lengthy process at the end of the bill that describes all of that. The bill would also make non-substantive technical revisions to update the existing code language in current style. The thing that I would like to point out is this is an effort to protect children. It is not a Democrat bill. It's not a Republican bill. It's a people bill to try to protect children. What this bill does not do, it does not affect the rights of any adult to engage in sexual or gender-related speech or activities in any place where minors are not present and which would otherwise not be defined as obscenity. Adult men and women are free to dress as they choose and act as they choose, so long as it's not in a place where minors are expected and known to be present, such as a public school library or a public library or public school library. The bill's been worked on for quite a while, and we've come up with quite a number of pieces of information about it that involved gosh, I don't know how many people. Quite a number of people were involved in the process, and I'm appreciative of them for all of their input. We have done what we believe we needed to do to protect children in an environment where their parents were not present and the parents couldn't give a consent. So with that, I would move the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
And by the way, there is a floor sub that has been distributed around, I hope. There's some up here, and the clerk's office was printing a number for Representative Faulkner, who has the floor sub.
You got a sub?
Yes, sir. The clerk's office has got about 50 of them.
No,
They brought them in here. Everybody just grabbed the ones that were here. If you'll check in the clerk's office, they were printing them this morning.
Okay.
Do you mind walking out the clerk's office?
say he has a
where they
floor
are?
sub.
They were printing 50 of them. AJ, they're bringing some in.
Well, I'm interested in speaking on the sub.
One of the-
I'll speak on the BIR for a minute then. I guess since we're speaking on the BIR, then I can go on and speak on that right now. But I'm more interested in seeing that sub to see
I've got one copy, but a bunch of them are coming in here.
Okay, to see what changes were made. Okay.
I'm sorry, I was telling her where to find them.
Now, one of the things you said in there was
There they are.
It changed the definition of sexual conduct.
It adds to it.
It adds to that definition.
Yes, and it's the same.
Can you kind of give me an idea?
It's the same in the original bill as it is in the sub. That addition to the definition.
Okay. And where do you find that definition? I want to take a look at it to make sure.
Just 1 second, and I'll have that for you. The new building will probably have a better way for us to do this.
Okay.
Where we're not as cramped. On page.
It's got to be up near the front, since I would think so.
Excuse me. Used to do this a lot faster. Look at line, I believe it is 198.
On the new one?
Of the sub, and I think it's the same, roughly the same.
Oh, yeah,
place in the
okay,
old.
here we go.
That's the definition of, that was added to. And obviously, the sub's not been introduced yet, Representative McCampbell. But it is the same in both bills.
Okay. So you're basically saying then the way a person dress can be sexual in nature is basically what your definition is saying.
Gender-oriented conduct that knowingly exposes minors to persons who are dressed in a sexually revealing, exaggerated, or provocative clothing or costumes, or are stripping or engaged in lewd or lascivious dancing, presentations, or activities in K-12 public schools or public libraries where minors are expected and known to be present without parental presence or consent.
You know, I agree. We don't want our youth and our children exposed to different acts. But I think this one is kind of stepping on some First Amendment rights. I think a great attorney like some of the ones we have in here, I'm looking at one right up there, will understand that, you know, no matter how we feel morally about something, people still have rights. You know, and the children, you're right, we don't want them exposed to this stuff, but the real world is full of a whole lot of stuff that we don't want our children exposed to. You know, there's a whole lot of stuff that I was exposed to as a young boy growing up. I don't want children exposed to these things now, you know, but they are still going to be exposed to them. We can't build cocoons around our children. You know, that's not real life. And like I said, I'm afraid that just this definition that is written down, that we are getting ready to codify into our Constitution, I'm afraid it's going to be challenged on First Amendment rights. You know, and we might as well just face it. You know, so I really, when we are saying that we don't want it in our libraries, think about some of the books that you had to read as a child or you had to make book reports on. What about Romeo and Juliet? Is that one that we need to have our children reading and exposed to? These are some of the questions that I have about this, because the more exposure a person has, guided exposure, and I think it comes down to what parents are going to do. The more guided exposure and understanding people have, the greater or the better well-rounded individuals we are producing in this society. When we are trying to dictate by precluding what a person may learn about, when we are trying to preclude what they may learn about, then we are limiting their abilities to operate within this society that we actually live in. So, I have pause about this. I think we should want well-rounded, but surely guided people. As I say, probably most of the stuff that I learned that is lewd and not right, I didn't learn it in the library, but I learned it. And the streets will teach you a whole lot. So, but I had that background, I had that base, because I had parents that literally talked to me and gave me clarity of some of the things I wanted to know about. And books can help do that as long as it's supervised. So I'm not, I don't think I'm going to be able to support this, even though I support the concept, because I think we are limiting the ability to develop well-rounded people that will live in this society. Thank you very much, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Houston, Chairman Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you tell me the difference of the original bill and the sub? That's all I want to make sure I understand the difference.
It changes in relation to the information about notices, penalties, things like that. It removes, it does not do anything except with a public school or a public school library or a public library.
Okay. It doesn't water what you're doing down.
I'm sorry?
It doesn't water the premise of what you're trying to do.
It does not water it down. It took a portion that would have related to public places and took that is not in the sub. Now, you could say maybe that waters something down, but it's a part of the process that we go through with trying to deal with what the most important thing was, which
Okay.
is
And
those
that's
things that
good.
are in this
I'm good.
bag sitting here right beside this that have come out of public libraries and public
Okay.
school libraries. So,
All right.
I mean,
Thank you.
that's what we were working on.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond. Chair recognizes the lady from Baldwin, Representative Givens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
You're welcome. Yes, ma'am. You're welcome.
Okay. I have a question because I just received a text from a teacher at Robertsdale School. And they are saying, so it's going around the schools, that the repercussions of students reading something a parent doesn't approve of can be jail time. Is that?
I think Representative Faulkner will bring a sub, and that sub, if you
clarifies
read it, would show a process through which if something were in the library, there's a warning. The process goes through several steps in the attempt to make sure that maybe a material that's like what's in the bag that's beside this podium is removed from the library.
Okay.
That has the type of information that parents would be concerned about who do not want their child to see those. Is going to serve any time for anything.
Okay.
Everything that is in the law currently that relates to other areas that are in the original act that we have that was done in, I believe, 1980. 85 or 88, I apologize, I don't remember which one. Those things are still there. They relate to that. This discusses a number of misdemeanor type things that would be a possibility, and it's in the sub that Representative Faulkner will bring. The main point of this is that the bill only prohibits materials and activities that violate the Supreme Court standard of harmful to minors. There's nothing in the bill that does anything other than that in the process. We tried to explain by definition, expansion, the type of things that would be objectionable when parents aren't present to make the decision, as Representative McCampbell was talking about I don't want my children to see that. I'm going to go into the other area of the library where they've got, I don't know, children's books or something that they can look at or something of that nature. If something were found, they would have that opportunity to do that. But the bill provides a way to get that book out by notice, and they have a week to get it out, that type thing. It's in the sub.
Okay, all right. Because they were just concerned with the classroom libraries.
It would be any library in a school or a public library.
Okay.
And the process is going on with parents looking at materials all over the place. There's something called the Sora app that I believe a number of people are beginning to realize. When it was initially put on Chromebooks, there were no problems with any of the books there. But since they've begun to recheck it for the books that are provided in it, a number of books have been found that would be considered harmful to minors by the standard that the Supreme Court set.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your question.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Lance. Will be the fourth person to speak on the BR. While she's making her way down here, I'd like to recognize Excel Academy from Calhoun County, and they are the guests of Representative Mark Gidley. Thank you for being with us today. Let's give them a hand. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am. You feel free to express yourself.
Good morning. All of you know, and I want to say how much I appreciate how welcomed I have felt by all of my colleagues and the grace that's been extended to me. But I must say, since coming down here, I'm very confused. I feel a lot like Alice in Wonderland. And I've discovered that I am a conservative. And I've always really agreed with, I've always agreed with Republican values in many respects, especially with small government. And we all know small is more efficient. And with not wanting to have government overreach and government involved in so much, and yet here we are, and we're in people's bedrooms and their bathrooms and their schools, and now we're in our libraries. And I'm just really confused. And I know we all want to protect children. Everybody in this room wants to protect our children, but I'm not sure exactly what this bill does. I asked in committee about it. The answers I got were all very vague. And I feel so disheartened for our librarians. I can't imagine how attacked they feel. I'm a regular visitor to my library. I trust the librarians there to do their jobs. I think they're doing it. The language in this, again, is very vague. I think, the Bible has a lot of sexual content in it. And so are we going to be removing that from libraries and other places? I just feel like we are going way too far with this, and I can't see that it really protects our children. And I continue to feel like we're doing too many things that have more government overreach than is called for. And so my hat's off to our librarians. I hope that you stay in your jobs, because I fear that many of our librarians are resigning over the kinds of attacks and the budget cuts, and that's going to hurt our rural libraries the most. So I truly believe that we need to vote no on this, that we need to let our libraries and librarians function in the capacity that they've been hired and entrusted to, and I trust our librarians. Thank you. Thank you.
Question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will lock the machine and members will vote.
Hey, Stella, did anybody, hold up.
All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 74 ayes, 24 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Mooney.
I'd move final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Mooney, you have referenced several times about the substitute bill, which we did to make it easier for members to be able to see the changes that are being made. So I do have a floor substitute, if you would.
Clerk, see substitute.
Substitute to House Bill number 385 by Representative Faulkner.
Representative Faulkner, care to explain your sub?
Yes, sir. So what the substitute does is we tightened up the notice provision. The substitute requires that a person has to give, first of all, written notice to the director of a library or the head librarian, if it's a library. If it's a school, it has to be given to the superintendent or a principal of the school about the material. If you believe there's something, conduct or material within a public school or library that's in violation of this existing act. So what we've done is we've required that a 7-day, first of all, it does not apply to colleges, college libraries. That was already in Arnold's bill. But what we did here is for K through 12 schools and for public libraries, we have required that a written notice be given, that it be given to the director of the library or a head librarian, or in the case of a school, a principal or a superintendent, and that a copy of that notice be given to the district attorney to say that we believe material is existing in this library or in this school that is not in compliance with this existing law, and that if that is found and it's not removed, if you don't remove that material or conduct within 7 days, then it can be subject, of course, to prosecuting authority, the district attorney. They can bring for a Class A misdemeanor on the first Class C misdemeanor on the first violation, a Class B misdemeanor on a second violation, and for any subsequent third or subsequent violation, you could have a Class A misdemeanor. So the penalty would range from a first violation, be a Class C misdemeanor, the lowest misdemeanor we have, and then go to a Class B for a second and a Class A for a third or subsequent violation. But that can only happen if notice has been given to those individuals I talked about earlier, and it's got to be a written notice, and only if they don't remove it within 7 days. And a copy's been given to the district attorney as well. So we've tightened up. What the sub does is attempts to really tighten up Representative Mooney's bill. We also took out the word material under the definition he had of sexual conduct. So, you know, that's what the sub does, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the sub. The chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond, speaking on the sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to thank you for bringing, it softens the bill, it makes it better, but it does nothing to protect librarians. And when I look at this, I'm sorry, I sat here and I started trying, I didn't get to read all of the sub, and I was going to ask you the difference between the sub and now. And I know what you're trying to do, but here we are again putting lipstick on a pig. It's a pig. And no matter how much lipstick we put on, it's going to be a pig. But I'm real concerned because when I look through the bill, a lot, how do you censor a librarian? What's going to be I know what you said the procedure would be and what the penalties would be, but it's subjective. What may be obscene to you may be certainly fine with me or anybody else. It's all subjective. And when I look at libraries, I was raised in libraries. I've always been a person who liked to read a lot of books and so forth and so forth. My mom always says, she's in the corner somewhere reading. Libraries take kids like me who came out of communities like me into places in the world that she will never ever get to go. It challenges our children to think and to believe that anything is possible. And when we start trying to censor libraries, you're taking away that ability and it becomes subjective. I mean, how do we choose what is obscene and what is not? I mean, the obvious thing that is obscene, we know what those things are. But where do we stop? Where does government stop? I mean, government can't legislate morality. And I just get so, I was sitting there thinking to myself, I'm going to get a little preachy on you because I got a busy weekend ahead of me.
You realize I'm just bringing the substance.
I know, and I thank you for that. I thank you for my noted colleague. I appreciate what you're trying to put that lipstick on this pig, and I appreciate it. You have watered it down, but it does not, I'm going to come back when the sponsor's here, it does not negate the fact that these libraries for your children and mine, and I'm real particular because I went the other day and told my granddaughter the first thing that she's got to do now that she is in second grade is that she's got to go get her a library card. Because I want to share the world with her, places we don't get to go. And I just, where does this stop? I mean, if you go to France, France views things a lot different than we do in the United States. Is that obscene? Should our children not learn about France or Italy? I mean, I just stand here thanking you for trying to put the lipstick. But I just want to tell you, my noted colleague, no matter how much we water this down, it is not going to negate the fact that it's still a pig.
Well,
So thank you. I'm not going to take the whole, because I'll come back. I appreciate you. I really do. I know what you're trying to do. And by making it a misdemeanor, and I'm not librarians are wonderful, just like teachers are. We're putting too much responsibilities on them to legislate morality.
Well, and I'll say this very briefly. Representative Drummond, you know how we work together on bills and respect your opinion greatly. I do think Representative Mooney's bill is limiting this to the protection of minors. And I do think it being specifically regarding K through 12 schools and with regard to public libraries, and he is solely, what I understand from the sponsor, trying to protect our children. And so when you look at what the Supreme Court has held, what is harmful to minors, that has been upheld by the courts, and there are definitions of that. And so in defense of the sponsor of the bill, I do feel like he's taken, this is existing law.
Okay. Tell me, what are they protecting them from?
Well, it would be
the word protect.
Right. So in this the law that exists on the books now, Representative Mooney is making a small revision to it, and I guess the biggest thing is that with regard to...
Answer my question. What are they protecting them from? Are they protecting them from having an open mind?
Absolutely not.
Are they protecting them from reading and thinking and using the cognitive abilities that God has given them?
No, ma'am.
That their parents and you and I as parents have raised our kids to think on their own? Or are they protecting them from being able to thrive in not only a country, but a world that is so diverse? Tell me what they're protecting them from.
So the law that's on the books now defines what material is obscene. It talks about the type of sexual conduct that we're protecting them from. And those are in existing law. It's just that the law wasn't made to apply to the context of a K through 12 school or public library. And so that immunity was there, just a blanket immunity.
Would you say this bill is now making the morality, or is making morality policemen or policewomen out of librarians? Are they now going to become the morality police?
So there has to be, under the substitute, we wanted to make sure that people were protected, our librarians were protected, that our K through 12 officials were protected. And that's what we've tried to do in the sub, is strengthen that protection. Even though we've removed the blanket immunity, we have strengthened the protection from the original bill to say you've got to give a 7-day written notice that you find this material is violative of existing law. And if you find that it's violative of existing law, they have 7 days to remove that. If they go and find the material's not, they can certainly say, we don't find this material's violative of the law. But the district attorney, before he brings a charge, he's going to have to make that decision.
So you got another set of eyes, and his eyes are much more subjective than the previous person.
The district
I'm telling you, what you may see as being very objectable, it may be different than what I see.
Of course.
And that's what I'm talking about. How long, now the courts we're telling librarians, we're telling teachers, how long will it be before we go into the homes and tell parents what their children ought to do?
Well, they're not going into...
I'll be back.
Okay.
I'll be back. Okay. And I do. You know I appreciate you. I really, really do. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you yield?
Certainly.
I just want to say, for the record, just make a comment that I do not believe that you're trying to put lipstick on a pig. I think I would disagree respectfully with my colleague about the characterization of this bill as a pig. It's important because I think that we woke up one day and things changed that were not people didn't understand were changing. And I'll just give you one example, is that the National Library Association adopted a policy, a children's rights policy, which basically said that children had access to any book in the library. I haven't talked to anybody or know anybody who believes that, but that was the national policy, and that began to drive a lot of things that just popped up that people didn't understand. I don't think the local libraries necessarily embraced that, but it just happens. That's how a lot of things are happening today that we're reacting to and pushing back to, because some people in places of power have agendas that are pushing things. This is a reaction to a policy from a national organization that says children. I also want to correct the record that we did not do anything in the budget that the House passed to cut library funding for local libraries. They should not be affected. But I just want to make sure, appreciate you work on the substitute, refining it like you have. I think there are some subjective things I think you've cleaned up and addressed some questions and answers, but I appreciate your efforts and just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you, Representative Garrett.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you go back over? I was trying to jot down
The changes?
modifications with regards to the sub. So could you just,
Sure.
for clarity purposes, give me those and real slow, because I'm a slow
Okay.
learner.
Okay. You've never said that before?
I say it every time I come to the mic. I know I'm not the brightest one in here. I don't try to be.
Well, I didn't say that.
It doesn't matter.
Okay. Representative Van, so what we did, this existing law that Representative Mooney was modifying, he added another, he added to the definition of sexual conduct.
Mm-hmm.
We took out the word material underneath that definition and left it as conduct. The existing definition of material is already in the existing law. So the change that we made was his addition was to the definition of sexual conduct. It added a third parameter there, Part C, and we took out the word material to make it clear it was dealing with conduct. I think he already had knowingly in there, so I don't think other than that, we didn't do anything there. But what we did is when he was taking out the immunity for a K through 12 librarian or the blanket immunity, if this material was in there, we wanted to give some protections in the sub. So that's why we said you've got to give a written notice. That was the first thing.
And the notice goes to who?
Well, and we put in that's what we added to. We, instead of just saying an employee or agent, that was in the original bill, we made it so it has to be given to the director of the library or the head librarian, whatever that person is called.
So we're making it, that's a very slippery slope we're going down. Notice should always go directly to the person that is at issue or for which there is a cause of action being brought. Why? Because under the law, it would allow them a protection or a defense should they not have received the notice. So any type of arbitrary action against a person we should make sure that it also goes to them, because it could be an instance where the board director or the librarian may say they didn't get it. Some things require a signature verification, whether it's sent by certified mail. So I'm confused by why we would remove that standard.
No, all right. So we didn't remove it. We're adding to the original.
But you didn't clarify. You said that it could go to, and you did not say to that person who is a cause of action is being brought. That's totally different from what you just said.
Well, so the head librarian, we were looking for making sure it didn't just go to an employee. We want to make sure the notice went to.
But what if it's something that the employee may have done or information that the employee put out unbeknownst to the librarian. It could have just happened within a 24-hour time period. The librarian would not have had enough time to note it. Therefore, we would be charging the librarian with something that she or he didn't have any knowledge of, even within a reasonable amount of time. So I think we should have something that needs to be clarified, because, and let me just tell you what will happen. There could be an incident, and even with that, there could be, the way you have it written, there could be an incident in which there's an allegation. Of course, notice should be given. The action becomes an arbitrary type of action against the employee or whomever, librarian, staff worker, because you have different levels of librarians at the library. You have ones that may be a step or two under the head librarian. So that's just me. Again, I don't come down here to ask y'all. I've never come down here. I think I may have brought in this, since being here 14 years, maybe 1 or 2 amendments. I'm just, again, this is an unintended consequence, and I just think we're going down a slippery slope. I see where you're trying to go with it, but I represent employees every day, all day, and I represent them in a manner in which notice becomes very critical, as well as how they receive the notice, if they receive the notice, and everything that goes into that. This is a very slippery issue when you come into dealing with employees in their situation.
And we wanted to, that's where we're trying to tighten this up in the sub. That's why we required that it be a written notice. It has to be written. They have 7 days.
I think it needs to be clarified exactly who, and I think even if it's the librarian or whatever, and or their assigns or something, I just think we need to clarify, because I'm telling you, if I'm a librarian and something happens, see this is a very slippery slope with that language. Again, you know, I run my law office off 5th Avenue North, and I don't know much, but it's done me well these last 20 years. And I don't know where yours is, it's done you well, but I'm just saying, this is going to be problematic, and if there's an action that is taken and it moves up the chain to the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court, this right here is going to be that notice will become problematic. That's one of the biggest issues that we deal with.
I did want you to, Representative Van, to know that we added that a copy of the notice had to be given to the district attorney.
But it's not going, I'm talking about making sure it goes directly to the person that the action is being brought regarding. That is, you're going through so many different chains. You're creating unnecessary chains, because at the end of the day, if I'm in a hearing, the first thing especially a due process hearing, the first thing I'm going to question is, did you receive notice? I mean, that's law 101. I'm just saying.
We specified.
David, I don't even know why I'm sitting up here trying to make you understand anything, because you're standing up here looking me in my face as if you're like, come on. Now, you need to stop it. And I'm trying my best to be nice, because I got word the reason I was opposed to a bill, that that county bill, was because of you. No, I wasn't opposed to it because of you. I was opposed to it because of the way you moved about carrying the bill and the things that you had informed us on that were material that turned out not to be so. So don't tweet me, text me, email me, and don't send any one of your signs to me to question me as to why I'm having concerns about anything. Now, that works my nerves. But at the end of the day, you're not going to change it. That's fine, because you can never see where you are wrong, but you hold everybody else to a standard. I also stand up here just to simply say, I know when I'm standing up here, I am not confused by conservative values. I ran as a Democrat. I am a yellow dog Democrat. And I would never stand up here in this chamber, ever, and say that I believe in anything that the Republicans do here in this chamber. And I don't know if that was a mistake, but that's problematic. But I do know the Republican Party has a lot of room and a lot of space to accept new members. If you got a problem with understanding if you're a Democrat or you are a Republican in this House. And nothing you all do surprises me. But I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Lastly, hold on, before I go, what else? Give me those other 1 or 2 changes that are going to be struck down if this thing goes to court.
So the original bill, I think, had it as a felony. We moved it for a first violation to a Class C misdemeanor
So it accelerates. You got it where it accelerates.
But only up
and it's
to,
subsequent charges, if there are subsequent
but
offenses.
only to a Class A misdemeanor.
So it will never go above a Class A misdemeanor.
That's correct.
So you kept it in
That's
there.
what the sub does.
So you kept it, okay, so you kept everything, removed the felony, kept it as a misdemeanor.
Made it misdemeanors from Class C staggered up based on violations, going from a Class C to a Class A, no felony. And we put in the written notice requirement, put who the notice had to be given, a copy to the district attorney. Let's see, I think that's the main things we did. And I took out that one word I told you about in the definition. That's what the sub does.
The chair recognizes the gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I want to ask a general question first. Are we not in the process right now of trying to recruit people to work in Alabama? Do we not have a workers' participation shortage here in the state right now? You and I have probably heard the same reports, so I'm just trying to see, do you agree with me?
Well, I don't know what that has to do with the, I'm just bringing.
I said I'm asking a general question first.
That's hopefully germane to the bill.
Something. It is. Hey, as you will say in court, I'll make it have significance, Judge, Your Honor. You understand?
Give you some liberty of time,
yes,
and you'll get there.
Give me some liberty of time, then we will get to the point. But, I think
You're good, too, because, the rule is, too, you never ask a question you don't know the answer to. So I have a feeling you already know.
And of course, I stayed at Holiday Inn Express last night. So. But this is the thing that I look at as we do this. We are good at making it hard to work in the state of Alabama. We are honestly good at making it hard to work in the state of Alabama. The laws that we are imposing are becoming laws that are limiting, the ability of people to do their jobs. We're criminalizing more and more people for just doing their jobs, just plainly doing their jobs. And we don't think about how that will affect the lives of these people as they are doing the best they can to provide the services in our society that they do. So I think about our doctors, here in America. We're going to make them criminals for trying to do a service for Americans. This bill, you're an attorney, and you understand First Amendment's rights. So now let's talk about my First Amendment rights as a librarian. If I'm providing books and things of that nature that come in that are written, and I placed them on the shelves in the proper places. So are you trying to say that we are going to have a section that only young people can go into in our libraries? Is that the way we're going to set this up? I think it's already set up that way, but is that the way?
Well, the bill sponsor, what his bill is doing, this existing law that's on our books,
right,
is for the protection of children. And so I don't see it respectfully, his bill. The sub I'm bringing is to tighten up things, to make sure we don't have people, getting brought for a misdemeanor that truly don't deserve to have that charge brought against them.
And tell me how you're doing that in the sub, because that's what I'm interested in. I don't want to criminalize people that in good faith, are trying to do something positive and earn a living in our society.
And we don't, nobody does. Nobody that I know of does, and I don't think Representative Mooney does. I think when you look at the existing law that's on the books, he is just making tweaks to that existing law by adding to the definition of sexual conduct, and exposure to children in our K through 12 libraries, K through 12 schools, and our public libraries. That's what I believe his intent is solely about protecting children. I don't see this. I see our librarians as going, okay, if there is material that violates existing law, bring it to our attention. Give us a chance so that we can say, oh, okay, I see this. This is not good for children. I believe in our librarians. I believe in our K through 12 teachers and our principals, that they want to not have children seeing stuff that's already violative of the law on the books. That's what I see Representative Mooney's bill doing. And then my sub is simply to give protections to those good librarians, to those good teachers, principals, and say, hey, you know what? We're going to require, because you may not know about that. You may not know that material that's violative of existing law is already there. And so this says, give us written notice. Give us a 7-day, give us a written notice that this happened, that you believe this material is violative of existing law.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't want that exposed to children.
When you say give us notice, who are we to give notice to then?
So we specified it real clearly. The original bill just had an employee or representative of agent of the school system or the public library. We changed that. Again, the sub changes that. It says it's got to be given to the director of the library or head librarian. Okay, that written notice has to be given to them, and a copy has to be given to the DA.
Okay.
Or in the case of a school, of the principal or the superintendent has to get that notice.
Okay.
We wanted the person in charge, it to be specific who had to get the written notice, and that a copy of that written notice had to go to the DA. And then the sub brings down that charge from what was in the original bill from a felony to a misdemeanor. But only if they don't, after getting the written notice, and then they have 7 days to remove it, only if they didn't do that could they have a misdemeanor brought against them. And I think they will welcome this. I think that these people who work in these professions, our superintendents, our librarians, I think they're going to welcome this to say, wow, there's material that can be exposed to our children that's violative of the law that's already on the books. So tell me about it, because nobody wants children to see that.
Okay, so the thing then that you're saying is when a book comes in, the librarian reviews it. Now, if that librarian reviews it and deems it not to be
violative of this
because you have to understand that we are dealing with subjectivity here. And as I read it, you know, we even read bills and all of us get different interpretations of it. So they may deem it not to be something volatile. But then you have a parent that comes in and they say this is volatile. Now they are out here, you know, sending in something and say, I found this on there. What's going to be the issue then? How are we going to handle that?
Well, and that's why the sub, I think, really strengthens your concerns, because it says, go give that person notice, written notice. So
okay, so if you came in and you found it and I'm the librarian, you've got to give me written notice about what you found, and then I have 7 days to act on it.
That's correct. And the charge...
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes Representative Gidley of Etowah.
Is that me?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Representative Gill.
Yes, sir.
I will be extremely brief, or try to. First of all, I realize this bill is necessary. Shouldn't be necessary. We shouldn't even have to be here today dealing with this. But based on the situations we have in our society, we don't really have a choice. Now, I've had librarians that I work in close relationship with that have reached out to me because they were concerned about, am I going to go to jail, okay? So I appreciate you bringing what you're bringing here, because that does create protections for them. And one of the first things I'll be doing when I go back home is meeting with some of these librarians to let them know the changes that have been made, and they don't have to worry about going to jail, okay? So I appreciate that. But I want to also say, this is not about France, this is not about Germany, this is not about anywhere else. This is about the United States of America, and it's about protecting our children, not censoring, not book banning. We understand and know, if you've taken counseling courses, as I have with my undergraduate, with my master's degree, children that are exposed to pornographic material before they are developmentally ready, it does produce certain things in their minds and that they are not ready to develop. And that's what this is about. This is about people who want to put forth an agenda to get in the minds of our kids. I was exposed to pornography as a 16 when I gave my heart to the Lord, and I did away with all my pornography. But even at my age now, I still have images that I have to control in my mind because of those things that I was exposed to at 12, 13, 14 years old. Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
This is about protecting our children, not about putting librarians in jail, and I'll make sure to communicate that. But this is an important bill. I wish it wasn't necessary. A few decades ago, it would not have been. But we're in a situation now where we have to make sure we protect those that are the most innocent. And I think that's what this is about. Hey, my grandkids have library cards. And that is very important, they have library cards. They need those library cards. They need to go read about all these other places in the world. But they don't need to see people carrying out graphic acts that will cause their mind to not be ready to develop and understand those things. And that's extremely important. Thank you for bringing this to help with some of the concerns that some of our librarians have had, and I appreciate that. And I'll be sharing this with them to make sure these protections have been put there. Thank you, my representative.
Chair recognizes Representative Rafferty from Jefferson. And while we're waiting for him to come down, we'd like to recognize Ms. Skelton's class of Walker Elementary School. They're the guest of Representative Bolton. Please stand. Please stand. Welcome. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives.
Thank you for the recognition. All right, Representative Faulkner, I appreciate what you're trying to do here. I just kind of I have some concerns as far as some of the definitions, so the subjective nature of some of these definitions as well. kind of if there's an appeals process, how does the notice work? I mean, you kind of spell it out here, but I mean, in actual practice, I can kind of know a little bit more about that. So say up here in, let's see, line 200, talking about revealing exaggerated provocative clothing. So could we presumably be talking about a sundress in this kind of context here? I mean, we're about to have summer break. We're going to see people wearing clothes more suitable for the weather here in Alabama, which is pretty hot. You know, we're both from here. And we might be seeing people in sundresses that would be comfortable and very appropriate. But say there's a person that does not like another person at that library and sees that that person's wearing a sundress and then wants to start in a way kind of harassing them through the legal system. And it feels like this is kind of starting to get that with at this point. So they would have to go to the police department to provide this notice, or how would that work?
No, so you were talking about the definition he's added under section. So the notice would have to be, you would, if you found that there was a violation, and again, it did have other public places in that definition. Right, okay. And we limited it to K through 12 schools and public libraries.
I understand, but now a sundress, but it is still very subjective. What exactly makes up for revealing exaggerated or provocative clothing or costumes? Is a brassiere considered exaggerating? Is a sundress considered revealing? These are all very appropriate socially accepted, articles of clothing. But we could see how this could be abused by somebody who just wanted to pick or harass on somebody else because they're not fitting within this definition here.
Well, in a lot of this, and I'm hearing these concerns for the original bill, the original law that's already on the books. Representative Mooney is adding this definition. Right. But the rest of this, like what is obscene, what is harmful to minors?
I am only talking about Section C, the subsection C here. That's it.
I know, but when we talk about subjectivity, that really goes back to the main part of the bill, which is saying what is harmful to minors? How have courts interpreted that? So when you're looking at this, those questions are present with the current law on the books too, is all I'm saying. But the courts have interpreted what is obscene, what is harmful to minors. Yes, all of this is subject to interpretation. The courts have done the best they can with it. But his definition that's added there is limited to what's in our K through 12 public schools and a public library. Right. We took out other public places. If you notice, that was in the original bill.
Right.
My sub eliminates that.
Right. But like I said, Representative, I do appreciate what you're trying to do here. I really do. I don't want to step away from that point at all.
Sure.
I'm just saying I still have some real concerns with this definition here that we're trying to put into this. To the sub here. So so K through 12 is one thing, and I understand that, but public libraries are also a public space, right? That's a public space. So it has there's way more kind of freedom of and marketplace of ideas that can happen within a public library space as opposed to a K through 12 school. And my fundamental concern here would be First Amendment right violations, not through the obvious what we're talking about, pornography and those obscene materials. I think we want to look back at some of those, you know it when you see it kind of thing. I am talking about people abusing this definition that we have in here in order to target and harass people who might be dressed up for a Halloween costume or dressed up, like I said, in just the warmer months, wearing a sundress that might maybe reveal a little bit more than what some people or a person might be comfortable with. So that's what I'm trying to.
I hear you, and so, that's why the notice is given. You've got to give notice and give that person a chance to say.
So who's giving notice?
Any person.
So any person can go to give notice to these people that you have outlined here.
That's right. That it has to be the head librarian or the director. In the case of libraries, you have to give them written notice, and they have 7 days to decide to get that material out.
Or that person dressed in a way that doesn't offend this one person's sensibilities or correct. I mean, we're not talking about just material. We are talking about the way people look and appear as well.
Which that's under, the only thing he's really added to the existing law is that definition of conduct.
Right.
Which is what you're focused on.
That is what I'm focused on.
And so that 7 days, you'll have to give written notice to say, hey, this is violative of this act, the law that's on the books. And then they have 7 days to remove that or change that material or conduct.
Okay.
And so, and the copy has to be given.
But is there an appeal process? Like, is there a way for that person that's just in a sundress, that's not doing anything that maybe the intent of this bill is aimed at getting at, but might just be getting bullied or harassed through the criminal justice system now in order to comply, or just have to be on the receiving end of that?
So I would think the answer is yes, because the DA is not
the answer is, and then what the answer is kind of what I'm trying to get at here.
Well, the DA, nobody can bring a crime.
We've dealt with a lot of unintended consequences this session already, correct?
What's
and I think we've dealt with a lot of unintended consequences this session already. All right, and I feel like this is another one where we're going to see some unintended consequences. Going to have to keep on revisiting this kind of thing if we don't address it head on, as far as clarifying exactly what has to happen here.
In Representative Rafferty, I know your concerns. And I think the sub really does a good job. That's what we didn't want this to be a situation where our good librarians, principals, these are good people. We agree with that.
Yeah.
We don't want those people. So this was a way to say, hey, on the law that's on our books, we find that this is violative of Alabama law.
I understand.
And would you please remove that? And then the only way the charge can be brought is, would be from the DA. So, and then it's only going to be a misdemeanor, and it's only if they didn't, after knowing about the material, they didn't do anything about it.
So the DA would have to know about it, and then have to go follow back up to see if it's been changed, if they do deem it within the parameters of this law. Is that
That's right.
Is that what you're saying?
That's right. They'd first have to deem that it was obscene material and harmful to minors.
But then you're going to have to go through the criminal justice system as your way of appealing that, correct? If that's correct.
Sure, because it's a Class C misdemeanor for a first violation.
So we're going to have people entering into the criminal justice system because of like I said, just a potential offense of one person's sensibilities here, which seems more like almost a civil issue in a lot of ways too, right?
Well, Representative Mooney's bill, just originally had a felony, and so we backed it down to put in this notice requirement.
The notice requirement.
That librarians would like this, that they want to know if there was some material that was being exposed to a child.
All right.
That was kind of the purpose of the sub.
I'm going to get back on that sundress thing, but I'm almost out of time.
Okay.
So. But I do still have some serious problems with this, because I feel like this is a violation of the First Amendment. I feel like it's easily going to be abused, and we will be dealing with unintended consequences of it. And with that, I'll go on and see the rest of the time.
The chair recognizes Representative England from Tuscaloosa County. Ladies and gentlemen, with us today in the balcony is Midfield High School Gentlemen's Club Mentoring Group from Midfield, Alabama. They're with the Superintendent, Dr. Sean Williams, and Assistant Principal Derek Ackerson. Please stand for recognition. Welcome. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives.
All right, thank you for recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what's a Class C misdemeanor in this bill? How do you get a Class C misdemeanor?
First violation.
Of what?
Of failing to remove obscene material that's harmful to minors.
Who makes that determination?
To bring the Class C misdemeanor?
No. Who makes a determination of something being obscene?
So any person could bring notice to a K through 12 superintendent or principal.
Okay.
And say, hey, there's material that's harmful to minors in this K through 12 school or public library that children are being exposed to, and give them written notice of that. And then that person, the head librarian or the superintendent, can say, okay, and you have to reasonably identify the material that is violative of this act.
We usually don't use that in criminal law, though.
What do you mean?
Reasonably identify material?
Yeah, well, we didn't want you just to go in and say, hey, there's stuff in the library that's not good for kids. We wanted you to say what it is.
That's essentially what you're doing, though. And see, this is one of the things, we need to have an actual...
Are you talking about my sub?
The sub, yes. We need to have an actual class in this building on what criminal law does, what intent is, and the process. Because when you say, I'm reducing the punishment to make it a Class C or B or A misdemeanor, you're also accomplishing the objective of making it easier to obtain a warrant. See, when you charge somebody with a felony, the process changes. Because that means if it's not a warrantless arrest situation, we're talking about theft, like shoplifting, or we're talking about something like a domestic violence where an officer can make an arrest without a warrant. In a situation where you have to have a warrant, that's for felonies, it actually has to be investigated. Do you realize that one person can go talk to a warrant clerk and tell that warrant clerk that this person has not removed this material in 7 days, and do you know they can issue a warrant right on the spot right there and let you sign it? So this basically gives one person the ability to have a librarian arrested as long as they can convince a warrant clerk that they've given notice and that material is obscene. Does that make you comfortable?
Well, I think the sub, getting it away from being a felony, we wanted to make it, this is not about...
Do you realize as a felony, it's actually less likely arrest occurs under this subsection than it is a misdemeanor, especially a Class C. And also, do you know who's going to be prosecuting this? This will be prosecuted in city courts and district courts across the state. Does that make you comfortable? Because I know if I'm a librarian, it doesn't. Because when I go to a warrant clerk, they don't have to go talk to law enforcement before that warrant is issued.
We've had discussions about making this so that only the district attorney would be able to prosecute.
Only thing you require in this bill is a district attorney getting notice. And you don't even have any standard of what the notice is supposed to say. You don't even have anything in this bill to perfect if the notice was actually served and acknowledged. All you're doing is saying that somebody gets a piece of paper, and then you go to a warrant clerk and say, that person got the piece of paper, I've given it to the district attorney who may not even acknowledge it, and that person can sign a warrant, and within 5 minutes or 10 minutes, you walk into that door, get a warrant, and a librarian is arrested.
We have had discussions, as I said, this morning about the fact that it should be maybe a district attorney doing that. I spoke with one of our colleagues here about doing that, but listen, I don't feel I
want to tell you,
I don't believe it should be a felony.
It shouldn't be a crime. That's the problem. And listen, if you put lipstick on it, it's still a pig. And this is a pig. There are certain things that you don't even need to get criminal law involved in. And one of those things is interpreting what obscenity is, and then basing notice without any listed requirements of what that notice is, without any listed requirements of what service is, to even know, for the magistrate to know if this person was actually notified. You are in civil law. If you find a lawsuit and you find any defects in the notice process, what happens to that case? It's thrown out. You file something in court to show the defect in the notice requirement, and it's thrown out. Here, we don't even have a standard for notice. We don't even know what it means. We don't even know what's required to be in it, other than you got to say what it is.
That's
Hell,
right.
How are you going to prove that the person knew about it? How are you going to prove that the DA knew about it? Also, how are you going to, what do you have to demonstrate to the warrant clerk to know that the notice was served and it was adequate? What's the standard? Do you have one?
That would be subject to the prosecuting authority.
No, it wouldn't. It's subject to the magistrate, not the district attorney.
Right, you're correct, and like I said, we've had discussion.
And God bless the magistrates across this across this state. They do yeoman's work, but they're not required to be lawyers. So they are also not required to go seek any counsel before they issue these warrants. So you're giving one person the ability to determine if the notice was adequate, if it was actually served, and if the material is obscene. Does that make you comfortable?
Well, we've had a lot of questions up here about obscenity and about determining what's harmful to minors, and the courts have dealt with that. But I don't feel like this law that's on the books, that's already there. It's just that there was immunity given, Representative England, to the K through 12 schools and public libraries.
Immunity in terms of committing a criminal offense. We are creating a criminal offense here. And listen,
the criminal offense was already here. It's just that
your bill, the process, the way you set this up, when you drop it down,
we made it a misdemeanor.
When
That's
you drop it down to a misdemeanor, it involves a much lower standard. I won't say much lower standard, but it can actually happen with much fewer people than it would if a felony was involved. And, I'm not a
felony.
No, and I'm not advocating for it to be a felony. What I'm advocating for is it shouldn't be a crime. This is a pig. It is a bad bill. And when you attempt to take what is normally non-criminal conduct and make it criminal, you bend yourself into ways that potentially not only violate the Constitution, but potentially subject somebody to an illegal arrest with no due process, with no actual process. You don't even determine what service or process looks like. You have no standard.
Well, you've got to prove written notice. You've got to have that.
So what all has to be in
there
that
can't
written
be
notice?
a misdemeanor
How
if
do you
there's not
serve
written
it?
notice.
Do you have to have some sort of written service? Do I have to sign to say that I actually got it?
No.
So you don't even know.
No,
So
I do
you
know.
can actually go to the warrant clerk and say, I handed it to the person. I put it on their desk. I put it on the DA's desk. And the magistrate judge says, well, that's good enough for me.
There's
'cause I
no
don't want those
misdemeanor.
kids looking at those nasty books.
There's no misdemeanor if you do not have that proof of that written notice.
So again, how do we know it's been served?
You're not going to be guilty of a misdemeanor if it hasn't been.
You don't determine that until you're arrested, right? That's an element of the crime. So again, how do we know what that service looks like? How do we justify that it's actually been served? And actually, you, with as much experience in civil law, why don't you put a standard in service that matches what you would require before you file a motion to dismiss because service is defective?
We put in here what we thought was making this better than just saying that notice shall be given to an employee or agent.
No, what you put in here
was
something that's supposed to placate everybody because it's just a misdemeanor. But what you actually did is make it much easier for librarians to be arrested. Period.
Well, tell me this. Speak on the difference of is there any higher...
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes Representative Moore of Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to read part of your sub. And the reason I'm reading it because one of the questions Representative Gavan asked you is about notification to the person that's accused of doing wrong here with the material. Number 2, any person who believes that material is present or conduct is occurring at a K-12 public school or public library that violates this division may provide written notice to the principal of the K-12 public school, the superintendent of the K-12 public school district, or the director or head librarian of the public library, which reasonably identifies the specific material or conduct. A notice submitted pursuant to this subdivision is only valid if a copy of the notice is also provided to the office of the district attorney in the county, the county where the K-12 public school or public library is located. The answer to her question, there's nothing in this that requires them until that person has been presented with some subpoena to come to court or that they've been charged. That person doesn't get any notification that they've done something wrong. And that was one of the highlights of what she was asking. And when you said that, oh, we make it possible for the district attorney. But what about the person that you're accusing of doing something? And then you got this big word in here that a person can only believe. And you know, all session long, I've had problems with people believing something, and we come back with a bill to criminalize something because somebody got to believe. And it's not the masses, it's always one person here or one person there, that we do something to impact every citizen in the state of Alabama. And in this situation, every librarian is impacted. The people, the librarian assistant, they are impacted on this because the person that might be responsible for the act, that person never don't get a notification until some subpoena or whatever process takes place that person is served. There's no protection for that person. And I just wanted you to read it for you because she asked you that question over and over again, and you implied that it was in your sub. It is not in your sub. Most of the statements are Representative England, not in your sub. The information that they brought down is not here, but you implied that it's there. The other situation that I'm concerned about, Representative Rafferty on Section C, page 8 of the sub. Any sexual or gender-oriented conduct that knowingly exposes minors to persons who are dressed in sexually revealing, exaggerated, or provocative clothing or costumes, or are stripping or engaged in lewd or lascivious dancing, presentation, or activities in K-12 public schools or public libraries where minors are expected and known to be present without parental presence or consent. The highlight of what I got, what he was saying, I just might be a weird dresser. You know, I just dress crazy. I just throw stuff on with no consideration. Is that I ain't got no intent for anything. And if you looked, me and Representative Gavan was talking about prom dresses. If some of these prom dresses, if some of these laws and these students went to the library with some of this stuff on, under this, if this had passed, all of those young ladies that went past and went to the library to take those prom pictures, some of them would be under the jail according to this. I just might not dress like everybody else. But somebody who see me and say, I think that she's dressed very provocatively. I just dressed that way. It had no intent of anything. I'm just a weird person. So just going by what you have written here, it could probably, it'll have a negative impact on some. A lot of people that have no league says she doesn't come up and ask. I always ask y'all to pull stuff like this. Let us go back over, because 9 times out of 10, we've got some brilliant legal minds in here, but I bet you didn't talk to none of our legal minds that come under the Democratic Party. We're not here to just purposely, when we come to this microphone, it's because once we get elected, we represent everybody in our district. I don't care what party they are part of. I don't care what race they are part of. I don't care what their religious belief. At 7:01 on election night, and I'm elected to represent everybody. Not my friends who believe something. Not my friends who say we need to rewrite how this person governs in a school system. We don't just pass legislation because one or two people out of all the people that live in this state of Alabama. We've got to get away from that. We've got to be more responsible with the laws that we pass, and we've got to be more compassionate and more considerate of how we word these bills. Because when I read this section, see, I'm saying that could be just anybody that, I might be just mental. And that's the way I leave the house every day. You know, ain't nobody treated my mental illness, but it's the way I dress. I might go to the library if it's too hot or too cold because I'm going there to either warm up or cool off. Now somebody believes I'm doing something that's criminal. They believe it. But nobody has talked to me like in Section 2. We never talked to the person that we're filing this complaint against. Nowhere in Section 2 do we ever talk to that person. And as you go throughout the substitute, all of the additions that's been made, even in C, we never say anything to the person that we're accusing of something. We don't give them in any section of that's been added that opportunity to change their way of doing something. Just one time around, because one person believes, one person feels, here's a criminal activity that's taken place. And if I'm the person that's being accused, I don't know anything about my action that was offensive to somebody else because I'm not given that opportunity to be talked to. And I think that's one of our biggest concerns with this the substitute bill that's here.
So, Representative Moore, the notice being given to say if there is material you find in your library that you found is violative of this law, that's obscene and harmful to minors, and you wanted to go let your librarian know that. And so what you would do is you would take it, we wanted to make sure it got to the person who's in charge of the library.
Yeah, but the librarian might not even know it's there.
But that's why the notice.
But you still don't. So when you give the way it's written here, everything will be falling on that librarian. Librarian might not know it's there. I might come and say, I'm going to put this book on the shelf. I'm going to put it on the shelf. Then you come through, librarian don't know I put it on the shelf. You come through and you pull that book, and now all of the complaints are going to the librarian, but you still haven't identified the person that's responsible for it.
It's not about the person, it's about that material being exposed to minors.
It should be about the person. Let me tell you why. Every book I've ever purchased as a neighborhood officer, as a concerned citizen, that to the library, it had to go to the board first. It goes to the board for approval first. They can't just arbitrarily buy that book. So what I'm telling you, I just might decide to put this.
Representative, time has expired. The question for the body now is adoption of the sub. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 87 yeas, 11 nays. The substitute is adopted. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England.
Thank you for recognition. I actually had my light on because I wanted to actually point something else out about the substitute. But so now as the bill it is before us, you're required to give notice to the district attorney, right?
As I understand the conversation that you had with Representative Faulkner, the district attorney also has to receive the information as well as the notice being filed with the person.
Well, you know, that notice now becomes an element of the crime, right? So do you know who becomes a witness in this case? The district attorney now has to testify in a prosecution of this case. Is that really what y'all wanted? So when I go to Tuscaloosa City Court because a librarian didn't remove this book within 7 days, we're going to have to subpoena the district attorney to come testify about whether or not they received notice. Is this what we really wanted to do? I mean, I get it. You know, we believe that there's a certain set of standards that only apply to a certain group of people, and we want to use whatever means are available to enforce that. But are we really at the point where somebody identifies a book, says, I served notice on the district attorney, I went to talk to a magistrate, I told the magistrate that I gave that notice, and now they can get a warrant for the arrest of a librarian for a misdemeanor?
I believe it requires that it be presented to the people who are listed, who are the head librarian or the director of the library, or if it relates to the school, the officials of the school.
No, there is no process by which the book is actually determined to be obscene before it has to be removed. There is no process. There is no notice process. There is no requirement in the notice. There isn't any time frame for the notice to be served. But yet one person can meet up with you. Y'all can get together and say, guess what? I gave notice that this book was obscene. I gave it to the district attorney, and the magistrate then signs a warrant and goes and arrests a librarian. Boy, I tell you what, some things do not need to be criminal offenses to require enforcement. It is a bad idea because this process will be manipulated and used to arrest a librarian that you don't like. And not because they did anything criminal, it's because you disagree with them. And we don't arrest people, generally speaking, for disagreements. But anyway, I'm just telling you, I don't think you consulted with the district. Well, not you, because you've been kind of handed this substitute and said, this will make it better, which is something that we do around here. But the DAs were not consulted, because if they were, they would tell you, we don't want to be witnesses in a misdemeanor prosecution in city court. But also, you think we're being nicer to librarians, but you're not. You're just making it easier for them to be arrested. So, bad bill, made even worse by good intentions. But you know what they say, the road to good intentions is littered with dead bodies? Well, the librarians here and the process are going to be that collateral damage. And that's all I got. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the Right Reverend Representative Sellers of Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
You're welcome, sir.
I understand the need and the responsibility of protecting our children. And as I listen to all of the arguments from the intelligent and bright legal minds, this piece of legislation still gives me pause, because the real issue is not necessarily the library or the librarian, Representative Gavan, but it's still the home. The Bible is very clear. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he gets old, they will not depart from it. until the home is affected, we're just running in a circle like a dog chasing his tail.
Question for the body is adopt final passage of HB 385 is substituted. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 72 yeas, 28 nays. The bill passes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Mooney.
I've been asked to open for co-sponsors. I've been asked to open for co-sponsors.
Been a request to open the machine for co-sponsors.
I would say, too, that I thank the 30 people who are co-sponsors currently on the bill. And I didn't have an opportunity to say this, but I appreciate the efforts that were put together from the time we came through committee and after committee and working with everyone involved, whether it was individual representatives or people as a part of the Rules Committee or others. And I'm very thankful for Representative Faulkner taking the time and energy to put together what I think makes the bill a solid bill.
Clerk will lock the machine and record the co-sponsors. Clerk will call the next bill on the special order calendar.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, body.
On page 49 of the calendar, House Bill number 409 with substitute by Representative Hill relating to district attorneys.
Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me explain this bill to you. This bill gives prosecuting attorneys, that would be both district attorneys and municipal prosecuting attorneys, protection in the event that they are acting within the line and scope of their duty, advising law enforcement agencies concerning civil, criminal procedure, criminal charges, criminal investigation within, like I said, within the line and scope of their duty. Now, I've gotten some pushback. What this does not do is give a district attorney any type of protection if he decides to advise somebody on their divorce. No, that's not within the line and scope of his duties. But if a law enforcement officer comes to a district or prosecuting attorney seeking advice on how to go forward with a criminal matter, then that district attorney should be free, or that prosecuting attorney should be free to give that advice without the fear of some type of retribution. I would ask for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Representative Betso.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
I just want to take a brief moment. You know, this bill came before us on committee, and I just want to say as a member of the law enforcement community how important it is for us to have the opportunity in situations to reach out to our district attorneys and get some solid advice to know that if we're making the decision on the side of the road that we think's in the best interest, because after all, who is going to be prosecuting that criminal case for us but the district attorney? So we need to know that our district attorneys are able to give us that advice to help us make the decision on that arrest. So I think your bill with the substituted language hits the mark perfectly, and I think it'll give us the protection to our district attorneys that we really need. So thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. That's the goal. That's the object.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 91 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Chairman Hill. I'm showing a committee.
Let's see, this bill was substituted, and the reason it was substituted is the original had absolute immunity. This has immunity only when they're acting within their prosecutorial duties.
Okay.
So I would ask that we adopt that as a substitute.
You've heard the explanation of the sub. Representative Chestnut, you want to speak on the sub or the bill? Chair recognizes the gentleman from Dallas, Representative Chestnut.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
No, I just came down. Actually, I was gonna I wanted to make sure that that sub actually was absolutely, was getting on there, absolutely getting on there because of the absolute immunity. We had that discussion in committee. And I actually got a text from my district attorney, and he says, we're already underfunded. We at least need some immunity. And so I told him, I said, but not absolute.
Not absolute.
And
it needs to be within the line and scope of what they do and acting in good faith. That's what we expect out of people.
Exactly. And so I think that with this sub, we're really on the right track and doing what we need to do for our prosecutors who act in good faith, because that was Ben and I's concern, was that the scenario of potentially being able to act in bad faith with the absolute immunity. And so we wanted to make sure that we confined it and delineated that as long as it's within those parameters of criminal or those specific civil issues such as civil forfeiture, or when they're asked in those, sometimes with those bond validation issues and some of those other collateral civil matters that they're actually, and I actually found out through the process yesterday that there are even more issues on the civil side that DAs can actually partake upon. It's almost like a quasi-AG in some instances. And I was actually delighted to find that, because I think that I'm going to try to utilize that code section to get some answers for some of the local governments in some of the areas where I live. So.
And listen, I agree with you. And they do. We think about the AG's a good example. We think about him only being a prosecutor. That is not true. They act in civil matters, and your DA. When you do bond validations on the 777 type bonds, the rebate bonds on sales tax that oftentimes cities and counties do, the DA is one of the entities that must be involved in that, and he's just part of that process.
Yeah, and
But
you
that's
and I,
strictly a civil process.
we do a lot of that, don't
Yes,
we?
sir,
And
we
so,
do.
and it's just good to know that, the process and being able to be a part of that process that helps the community. So, I think it's good to know that DAs just don't singularly prosecute, but they also do other things to help and assist the local governments where they work.
It's a broader net than people realize, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is.
Yes, sir.
It is.
So,
Thank you, Prince.
thank you so much.
No, I appreciate your comments.
Chair, thanks the gentleman. Ms. Moore, you want to speak on this amendment or the bill? Okay. Question for the body now is passage of the committee amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 96 ayes, 1 nay. The committee sub has been adopted.
Then
Chairman Hill.
I would seek final passage.
The chair recognizes a lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for clarity's sake,
Yes, ma'am.
in the process of the district attorney being an advisor to law enforcement, what happens if there's a case that comes up that went kind of soured because of the district attorney's advice? How do they go forth? Is that what immunity is for?
As long as they're giving that advice in the line and scope of their duty as a prosecutor, and they're acting in good faith when they give that advice, then yes, they would be immune.
immune, even if their advice wasn't good advice.
Bad advice.
It could be bad advice,
It could be bad advice.
and they gave it.
But here's the thing, Ms. Moore. We look to lawyers to give advice. That's what we do. That's
But I don't look for them to give me no bad advice.
well, sometimes they do.
Well, if they do, I want them moved from being a lawyer or anything else.
And
I just have
oh, wait a minute.
concern.
That's a good point. Let me
Yeah.
talk to you about it.
Yeah, I would want that person because if it's some bad advice they gave,
But they're still subject to
Then-
the Bar Association.
yeah,
They're still subject to the ethics law.
but they might be one that everybody like you. What would happen then? You know, everybody like you.
Ms.
You
Moore,
know, and so my thing
I
is
can
that
find a large number of people that don't like me. So let's not
I'm
name
just
names.
saying, but if that's the case, I just don't want to get to the situation that person, rather than giving advice, should have just said, well, no, I'm not going to work on this one, than to give some bad advice that they weren't sure that would be helpful, but it turns out to be harmful. That's the only thing that I worry about. And to give that person immunity for not doing their due diligence and making sure that the advice that they give is good advice.
It's the best they can give. Sometimes that advice is called on in the middle of the night.
But still, if it's called in the middle of the night, if they don't know the right thing to do, they need to pass and say, you need to call somebody else. Rather than to give some advice that you, first of all, are not have no background on giving
But they're
in the
DAs.
first place.
They know what we're talking about. Prosecuting attorneys. They do have a background on giving.
Not all the time. I see some we have, man. If I could boot them out myself, I'd do it yesterday.
I got you.
You see what I'm saying? And to be honest, no matter what career we're in, my profession was medical technology. But everybody that went into that laboratory to look at a sample of your blood or whatever sample we got weren't qualified to do it. And as soon as I found that out, I followed that process to get them up out of there, because every person that they do a misdiagnosis on could affect that person's life. So even though they've been there, they might not be the best one to serve at that time. And we as people have got to stop giving some type of justification for mediocrity. Just because they've been there don't mean they know. And we know that. You probably got some colleagues you whisper about, and you know it. But if it come to public, you gonna say, well, I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm just gonna let it go on. But I just wonder, how does that impact the citizens of the state of Alabama if the advice that was given, and how do you go through that process if it should happen? What's the check and balance we have in place?
I would say the biggest check and balance you've got is a trial and a judge and
Okay.
a jury. So if a district attorney were to give bad advice and someone were to get arrested, that individual still is not guilty. He is not guilty. He is innocent.
They got to pay all that money out, don't
You don't look, Ms. Moore.
That's just the cost of life.
But some of it is public policy.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to advise police officers.
Mm-hmm.
It needs to be prosecuting attorneys who have the experience to give the advice that's the best they can give, so that they act in the best manner they can.
Because I'm not going to go further. I think I mainly came to put that statement out.
I got you.
That the advice is not always good, and we can't continue to assume because a person is in a position that they know. And we know that a lot of even the positions that we have as legislators, we don't know it all. 701 on election night, nobody gave us all of the knowledge on earth. But you do the best you can, and we try. When I come to the mic, if I see something that's probably going to be a problem to some people, you know, that's my main reason, is when I look at the people that I represent in District 59, which is a rainbow color of people of different ethnicities, people of different religions. But when I look at it, I'm looking at these bills to see, does the positive outweigh the bad? And when I see where the bad could get to a point where it can outweigh the positive, then it's my duty as the representative and the voice of the people I represent to bring it to light. It might not be received, but it is my duty to bring it to light. I thank you so much.
No argument. Thank you, ma'am.
Question for the body now is final passage of HB 409 as sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 98 ayes, 0 nays. HB 409 as subbed has passed.
Listen, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 13 of the calendar, House Bill number 165 with substitute by Representative Brown relating to vaccines.
Jim Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 165, which is a parental rights bill. Currently under Alabama law, any child that's 14 years or older can that's the age of medical consent in Alabama. You don't have to have parental consent to do any type of medical procedure, let alone a vaccination. And what this does is it requires a parent to provide written consent for any vaccination provided in this state. With that, Mr. Speaker, I call for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you go over your explanation again for me?
Yes, ma'am. What this does is it just says that if you are a parent, you have to provide written consent for your child to get any vaccination, which is, currently under Alabama law, if you're 14 years of age or older, you don't have to have any parental consent for a medical procedure, let alone a vaccination. So what this does, when you go to the doctor or you go to a Walgreens or anywhere like that, they just have to have on file that the parent says, yes, my child can get flu vaccine or whatever. It's just a way that the parent is involved and then they understand what's going on, and that way you don't have, if you had an adverse reaction to a vaccination, whatever it may be, and that, say the child got one at school and came home, the parent would have no idea. And so what this does, it's a way of keeping that parent informed and overseeing their child's medical.
Let me ask you, other than what you said, are there any other reasons why you would bring this bill?
No, ma'am, I just believe in parental consent.
You know why I'm asking that question? Because when it comes to people who are trying to go through the process of changing their gender, we've already passed several bills that say that nothing could be done until after the age of 19. The parent couldn't allow anything. And I know that some young people, if it's a male or female, that they can go and get these shots that would help them to develop as the sex that they would like to be. So that was my concern as when I saw the bill, if this was just a way to backdoor that situation, and if it was, rather than it saying that it's got to have parental consent, why don't we just raise the age at which a child can go on their own and accept any type of shots or anything that their parents wouldn't know anything about it? Because that's the first thought since we've had so much dialogue. I thought about that, and that's why I came to make sure and hope that was not the situation.
No, I'll tell you how this came about. This came about out of a school that I know of that gave flu vaccinations to children. Nothing wrong with giving your child a flu vaccination, but the parents weren't notified. And
you mean the children didn't take the form home to give to their parent?
Well, they weren't given a form, and so
somebody's not telling the truth.
Well,
Because I mean, these schools give you so many forms for everything.
But what this does, it just guarantees that that would have to happen. And so like the child would
Yeah.
not get the shot unless the parent.
Unless, and then
Right.
what would they do? You are trying to force that school that was out of compliance to come in compliance and make sure they send the proper forms to be signed.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And not to make sure that those that's going through the transgender process before they reach the age of 19 don't go and get some of those hormonal shots.
This is just a parental rights bill to
All right.
oversee.
And we got some parents that don't, that even with the rights don't do right.
That's right.
So we need to probably have the children's rights bill too, don't we?
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you.
All right.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Stringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I was just going to tell you, as a parent of 6 children, I appreciate what you're doing here, and I absolutely want to be notified on something like this involving my children. Like you said, not that it's a bad thing, a flu vaccination or COVID or anything else, but I absolutely want to be notified and given the opportunity to have input on what my child receives or not. So I just want to thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, Representative.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Representative Yarborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to re-echo what Shane said, Representative Stringer, I am extremely appreciative of this bill. I don't quite have so many kids, but I have 4. And we've, besides so many attacks on parental rights and circumventing the nuclear family in libraries and other things that our country is in these battles, and through all the situations of COVID and vaccine mandates and all the things that have happened, it's important that we establish the foundation of reasserting individual and family rights and freedoms and gating our family properly in those decisions. So I really appreciate you having the courage to bring this bill. And my entire district, this is a big issue, and District 7 sends a big thank you for all that you're doing.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate it.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I have a lot of concerns about this bill, and particularly I don't understand why we're pulling vaccines out from all the other medical and mental health services that the age of consent is 14. Seems to me that it falls under that umbrella and should not be brought out as an exception.
Well, there's 41 states that require this. So, once again, we're chasing other states. And as a parent, I want to know whether my child has gotten any type of vaccine, no matter what it is. This is not an anti-vaccine bill. What this is a parental rights bill. And as a parent, I feel that, to me, it's insulting in 1975 that the legislature passed a piece of legislation that doesn't require that I be notified.
And I understand your concerns. I respect those concerns, but I think there are so many cases, and I speak particularly from my mental health background, where children do deserve the right to consent on their own. And I'm particularly concerned about the HPV vaccine. And the reality is there are families, there are situations where a child wants to get that vaccine and their father is the rapist. So there are many kinds of instances where I think children should be able to consent for themselves. In most families, I think there is good communication, and I would know if my child was getting a vaccine. So again, I think we're doing too much government overreach. I think that the families where you're going to have a child who wants a vaccine and isn't having their parents involved in that decision is for very legitimate reasons. And I want to protect those children. We're all about protecting children, and I understand we all have good intentions, but I'm afraid for the children whose lives would fall through the crack because of this. I think the unintended consequences of this could truly be devastating for so many of our children. So again, I urge you to vote no on this government overreach. Thank you.
And the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 17 ayes, 16 nays. The BR has been adopted. Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I call for final passage.
I'm seeing a sub.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, we had a committee sub. And what the sub did is it made provisions for children that are unemancipated minors that may live with grandparents or not in a traditional home setting or maybe out on their own. And so it made provisions for those children.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the sub. Question for the body's adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 80 ayes, 9 nays. The sub has been adopted. Reverend Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I call for final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Representative Easterbrook.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I want to thank you for bringing this bill. I don't think it's right. It's government overreach for somebody to give a child a vaccine without the parent's permission. That is government overreach.
Right.
And it has nothing to do with a rapist. I don't think there's a vaccine for rape. They still are required to report rape and abuse.
That's right.
And but the idea that the government should decide for the parent which vaccines a kid should and should not take is what I see as government overreach. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
So your bill and sub says that notice has to be given to the parent with regards to a child getting a vaccine or vaccination? Because I ain't never heard of no school giving a child in the state of Alabama, not that I am aware
Well,
of a vaccine.
And even like a doctor's office, what this requires is you would have to do a written consent. So when you come in and you take your child for a medical visit, you fill out, I consent for my child to, receive whatever vaccine, boom, it gets filed, there you go. So it's on record. If anything, it actually helps the medical providers as well because it provides them some protection on the liability side as well because the parent is consenting.
So this is an overall consent, whether it be school, doctor's office?
Correct.
What age, to what age?
Well, it's to 19 because it's 14
So we're
to
dealing
19.
with the age of maturation.
Right.
So an 18-year-old married person, father of 2 or 1, done left his mama house. Hold on, let me finish. It's my time.
Go ahead.
I need to reclaim it.
You want the answer?
You ain't let me finish.
Well, go ahead. I'm sorry. I apologize to you.
I'm asking the question.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That left his mama, that has a wife, that's married now, with 2 or 3 children. You mean to tell me that he or she has to have a written consent signed by his or her parent?
No, ma'am, they would not, because currently under the 1975 law, if they are out on their own and they're married.
But that's not what your bill says.
No, it is actually, because.
Where?
In current law, it's any minor who's 14 years of age or older, has graduated from high school, is married, having been married, is divorced, or is pregnant, may give effective consent to any legally authorized medical, dental, or mental health services for himself or herself, and the consent of no other person is necessary. So they're out on their own. They're considered adults because they are married. They've been married.
Well, they fall
That's
within
1975 law.
So they fall with. But I thought I heard you say you wanted to amend the 1975 law.
There's no provision in the 1975 law requiring parental consent for individuals that come outside of that category. So
Okay.
that's what that does.
I wanted to get the clarity. I told y'all starting off Tuesday, I did not have my good eye on y'all bills this week, and that's rare. But I just did not have so much going on in my. But I'll be back next week,
Yes, ma'am.
so I won't have to come up here to get as much clarity on the cray-cray or the hour. But, okay, so the consent, I'm just trying to make sure I'm not missing something. So then the consent outside of those categories has to be given to, or the parent has to sign.
Correct.
If they don't fall within those categories.
Correct.
So what if it's an 18-year-old that's not out on his own, but living with his mama, and married with children, but lives at home, because those categories speaks to out on your own. And the reason I'm raising these is little nuances, these little things, is because we pass a lot of bills that have these little nuances in them that cause some innocent people a lot of harm. I've always been one to believe that there are certain words that get people into court. I don't care how many contracts you pull, how many documents you release. Typically, there's a difference, and the issue in court boils down to or, nor, shall, may, and must.
Right.
Those are the words. At the end of the day, I don't care how many pieces of paper roll through the courthouse. I don't care how many documents filed in, especially on a civil action. At the end of the day, those are the words that have to be addressed ultimately. I'm not a legal scholar, and I don't profess to be one. I've been done pretty good in what I've had to work with, and the Lord has blessed me. But I only raise those issues because sometimes when we're working these bills, and you've heard this before, we're passing these bills with such good intent, but yet they cause so much harm to those who are innocent or that do not have the intent or desire to break or infringe upon the laws of this state.
Sure.
And so that's why I wanted to try to get the clarity on this particular document. But you said if they don't fall outside of the category. But I would like, before I hasten to my seat, I would like for you to tell me where has this been an issue?
Where's it been an issue?
Period.
Well, it essentially could be an issue every day.
Could. I ain't asked you about could. I asked you about where is it an issue? Well, no, it's not a matter of watch it. I mean, I'm asking him a simple question. So,
as I said, I do know
handle
of a
your
school.
business.
I do know of a school, and I have a personal relationship with that school that gave vaccines to children, flu vaccines. That's fine. You want to get a flu vaccine, but they did or did not send releases of yes, ma'am. And but they went ahead and did a mass vaccination to all the children. Some of the parents did not know.
And the parent, so what you're saying is there's a school here in the state of Alabama that conducted or gave or applied vaccines to children on their person, in their arm somewhere, and the parents did not have notice.
And I know of, through my conversations as well, and doctors' offices that have done that in the past. And what this has done is a way of protecting not only those children and the parents, but also those doctors. This didn't come out of the blue. This is language
I don't know where this school system is. But now, and I know y'all criticize Jefferson County, but I know for a fact this ain't happening in the Jefferson County school system.
Sure.
Because if you look like you have to do something to a child in the Jefferson County school system for any reason, even down to them just taking a bare aspirin, you're going to get a form, you're going to get notification. There's a whole lot of paperwork that goes. So I'm not sure who this is. I'm not saying it didn't happen. Sometimes parents miss the memos. I doesn't know, as the little child said to the teacher, I doesn't know. But what I do know for sure is we continue to bring these bills when there's one personal incident that someone comes to us and we're either naming the bills after somebody or we're creating legislation for the benefit of one. When these bills have a critical, that these bills actually affect a critical mass of people at the end of the day. And again, I'm not here to debate whether the notice was given or not. I could care less. Not my business, not my district. I keep it in my lane, District 60. But if you say it happened, then my thing is we need to be doing something to the superintendent and the schools, because that means they're slipping on their jobs, and there could be a level of malfeasance on their part. But to come in here and poof, the magic dragon, we have a bill, another bill, that somebody happened to one person. That just gives me pause. Again, I don't come here to ask you not to do something. I just come here to point out what you're doing. So, but I appreciate it. It's always a pleasure talking to you. It's
Yes,
like
ma'am.
A&E, time well spent.
Thank you. Always a pleasure talking with you too. Thank you.
Question for the body is final passage of HB 165 as substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 81 ayes, 17 nays. HB 165 as sub has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 29 of the calendar, House Bill number 361 with substitute by Representative Bedsole relating to commercial driver licenses.
Representative Bedsole, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will revise the state law to comply with the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration regulations as it relates to CDLs.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 99 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Beto.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. We do have a substitute. As a part of this bill, we repealed a steel coil transport certification requirement. But when it got to committee, we did not remove the penalty for that. So simply on the committee, the substitute removes the penalty of that provision that was removed in the original bill.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the sub. Question for the body's adoption of that sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The sub has been adopted. Representative Beto.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would ask or move to substitute SB 258 for HB 361. We've verified they're identical at this point.
Okay. He heard the sponsor wants to sub the House bill for a Senate bill. All those in favor will say aye. Any opposed? It has been subbed. Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR on the Senate sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted.
Ask for final passage.
That is question's final passage of SB 258. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Houston, Representative Lee.
I have several CDL drivers. Tell me exactly what it does.
Sure.
What it changes it back to?
So here's the revisions that were made. It removed the requirement to place our code out of compliance. So we'll now be in compliance with the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Act. Removed or revised the fees for commercial driver's license. No fees were increased at all, just revised the fees. Added a human trafficking ban that was implemented by federal regulation and repealed the steel coil transport certification. And took that out as well as we took out the penalty associated with it.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, the question for the body is passage of SB 258. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. SB 258 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 46 of the calendar, House Bill number 326 by Representative Keel, relating to the Entertainment Industry Incentive Act of 2009.
Representative Keel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill does two things. It changes the Alabama Film Office, the name, to the Alabama Entertainment Office, and it also carves out a portion of the existing film credit for music. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BIR.
That is the questions, the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 100.
Passage.
That is the question. It is final passage of HB 326. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 326 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 52 of the calendar, House Bill number 453 with substitute by Representative Mooney, relating to crimes and offenses.
Representative Mooney, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure to present several years of work on this pressing issue concerning our public utility infrastructure. Incidents of compromise and vulnerability in this critical sector are a stark reflection of the current state of our nation's security landscape. Threats to the utility infrastructure transcend geographical boundaries, affecting urban, suburban, rural, small-town communities alike. Irrespective of economic status or regionality, these threats span across various facets of utility infrastructure encompassing power grids, water supply systems, and more. Regrettably, the concern over utility infrastructure is a shared challenge for all Americans. It's imperative to recognize that while high-impact, mass-scale incidents in this sector are relatively low in probability at the present time, their consequences would be catastrophic. We have an obligation to protect our state's critical public utility infrastructure. HB 453 has been developed to further safeguard our critical infrastructure assets by amending our previous efforts were found in Section 13A-7-4.3 of the Code of Alabama, 1975, to further provide for the definition of terms critical infrastructure and critical infrastructure facility. This legislation is broadly supported by Alabama businesses and industry and groups representing our business and industry. I believe many of you may have been contacted. I move the BIR.
That is question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. The bill has been adopted. Representative Mooney.
Mr. Speaker, I move final passage of HB 453.
I'm showing a committee sub.
You're correct. I am totally wrong.
No.
Because the committee sub was put out and it's been online for everybody to look at. I'd move
Tell us what it is.
of our committee sub that was presented coming from the committee, and I do have an amendment. So I would have been in real trouble.
Tell us what the committee sub is.
The committee sub just simply added in an additional group of industry descriptions as far as, like, if you said the water system. Well, the water system involves buildings, it involves equipment operation areas, and it's that type of thing.
That's
We
heard
also
the
have
explanation of the
another
committee
amendment.
sub. Clerk will lock the machine. The members will vote.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. Committee sub has been adopted. Representative Mooney.
And I have a floor amendment to the committee sub, sir. There were a couple of
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill 453 by Representative Mooney.
Representative Mooney.
There were a couple of industry groups that were concerned to be sure that the specific definitions were correct. The first one is on, they're both on lines 43 and 44 on page 2. It just strikes water intake structure and water treatment facility, and it puts in its place any portion of a public water system or public wastewater treatment system. The other is on 58, lines 58 through 59 on page 3, and it would add wireless or wireless communications infrastructure.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. Floor amendment has been adopted. Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of the committee substitute for HB 453 as amended.
You've heard the request. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 453 has passed as amended and subbed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to many people who don't have their names mentioned here and involved in it, but represented different facets of our economy, of our industry, of our landscape that we needed to protect. Thank you, body.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 55 of the calendar, House Bill number 439 by Representative Baker relating to education.
Chairman Baker, you're recognized.
Thank you so much for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill establishes minimum qualifications for school technology directors. That's really the primary focus of this bill. It does allow for a waiver for those schools that may have some difficulty trying to find suitable candidates that fit these minimum qualifications. With that, Mr. Speaker, then I move to adopt the BR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Could you go over thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could you go over that explanation again?
Yes. This bill establishes some minimum qualifications for school technology directors.
Right.
Which these directors / coordinators,
Right.
they normally either title, they play a very important role in the schools, not
do.
just the setup of the devices and making sure they have the connectivity, but even as much so than the cybersecurity, trying to ensure that the system-wide, hopefully that they will provide as many protections with employee training so that these would not be hacked. Because if these school systems, which we've had a few get hacked across the state, and it really has been extreme cost and inconvenience for these school systems. And so
let me ask you this. Would this include, I know last year before last, even with President Biden was encouraging school districts that if their technology, if a person make application to be the technology director and they were certified in the military, that our school systems still could hire them. Would this cover that? If they were certified in the military? The reason I ask, because we had a very good technology director in Birmingham. And when he came on board, he found so many just irregularities as to why the system wasn't working within schools, from school to school. Yet, because he was certified in the military, and I've always questioned this, especially soon after he was terminated, that's what President Biden said, that you have so many people who are certified in the military to do a lot of things that certainly, with the deficiency of positions being filled in our school system, we are to put forth every effort to accept those people credentials from the military into the school system. So I'm just hoping that this would include them too, because he was really good, making strides. And in some of our schools where the equipment hadn't worked, brand new equipment hadn't worked, but he and his staff was able to get in there and rectify the problem to get our equipment working in the way that it should. But because someone raised the issue of where his certification came from, and it was military, and I would think somebody certified to be a technology director from the military done seen some things that we wouldn't even normally see in our school system to make corrective actions on. So I'm just hoping that it would include them, because that person made an impression on every school that they worked in Birmingham, for someone to say that they weren't qualified because they were militarily certified. So I just wanted to put that out and hope that we look more at people to be our technology coordinator and directors that do have that type of certification.
Yes, thank you so much.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Chairman Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, then, I'll be glad to take any other questions. If not, then I move for final passage.
That is question is final passage of HB 439. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. The members will vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 439 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the body.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Clerk, let's call the next bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, House Bill number 348 by Representative Garrett relating to emergency services.
Chairman Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, the House passed a bill. This has to do with railroad trains that block crossings. We had an issue in my district recently that caused me great concern. We've seen a little bit more frequency of this happening, but I have had discussions with the railroad and also understand they're making some progress on some of the procedures. So Mr. Speaker, I'd like to carry this bill over.
You've heard the request is to carry the bill over. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The bill has been carried over. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 33 of the calendar, House Bill number 278 with substitute by Representative DuBose relating to career and technical education.
Representative DuBose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and legislators. I'm here to present HB 278, which allows homeschoolers or non-traditional students to attend career tech programs in public schools. This program would be implemented similarly to the Tim Tebow rule that allows homeschool athletes to participate in public school sports. The bill calls for the State Board of Education to adopt rules to administer the program and for each local Board of Education to adopt a policy reflecting the requirements of this section. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Lucci, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Let me ask a question. Do we know how many, I don't have a problem with your bill.
Do we know how many, because this is, I've always wondered, and I started to call a few weeks ago to the state board. Do we know, or is there any way to capture here in the state how many children that we actually have that are homeschooled?
That's a good question. I don't know how many homeschooled students we have. I know that we have 370 homeschoolers that are participating as public school athletes. So I was kind of looking for that number to get an idea of how many might participate in the career techs. But I don't know that's a good question. I don't know that answer.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking is because, again, I don't have a problem with the bill. Career Tech is something that I really hope that this state will build back better on throughout the state system. That's been the thing for me because everybody's not going to a four-year institution. Everybody doesn't want to go to college.
Right.
There are individuals who have excellent skill sets, and I do believe that extra level or layer of training that they can receive through Career Tech is much needed. But I've just always been curious to know, even with the concept, I know a couple of people who they homeschool their children, and I just don't get personal with them with regards to the structure or landscape. But I do believe, I would like to get that information, and I will probably get Ms. Times or somebody.
We should look that up.
Yeah, to know, because my thing is, then we go to the need. So we're just making this program available to anyone that may be homeschooled. And I know you mentioned Tim Tebow, but I heard Representative Moore, so I'm about to fall out of here. Anyway, okay, yeah, I just want, anyone who's homeschooled, doesn't matter whether they are in an athletic program or not, it's the fact that they are being homeschooled, will be able to participate. Now, would they still have to be within the respective school district for which they live? They can do it anywhere.
I mean, they could actually go to an outside school district if they're willing to drive there. The school district would have to have room for them and have to accept them, because the students that are currently in the school would take first priority. But for example, this bill was brought to my attention because in Shelby County, one of our deputies' children's homeschooled. He doesn't want to go to college. He wanted to learn a skill, and he wanted him to go to the Shelby County Career Tech, but there wasn't a program for him to do that.
So you're saying now, if you are living Shelby County and you are being homeschooled, and I guess now that gives me a little pause in that our school system is structured that you must live within the district for which the school that you attend and that you reside, unless you are, of course, in a private school. But whereas it's with public dollars, again, the money follows the child. And so for us to create a mechanism, I really wish you would have given some consideration that that child would attend the school within their district. And the reason I'm saying this is because you mentioned something a moment ago that the priority would be given to someone, I guess, that is just within the regular confines of the regular school setting. So I guess for me, and you said that there's a priority that will be given. I would hate for there to be someone to come in from another area, and I love the kids. Again, I have to make this disclaimer. Don't tweet me, text me, email me, or IG me. I'm just simply making a point, people, relative to this little piece of legislation.
Right.
So, and as she attempts to curate the bill, I'm making that disclaimer because by the time I sit down, I will have gotten a message from somebody. Okay, I really wish that would have been a part of it. I just believe, you go, and the reason I'm saying this is if you don't live in your district and your child wants to go to another school in his district, they have to pay. I mean, they have to pay. So we are now going to allow people to come and possibly go to another school district, whereas other kids who live maybe 1 mile out of the jurisdiction, and in order for he or she to go to that school, they have to pay. And it's a nice little amount. I know it's over $1,000 if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on that, but.
Well, you know, if these kids are part of a school choice program, they could charge a fee. I mean, if the school wants to implement a fee, they
No,
could
I'm just talking about our regular school structure. Yeah. If you live outside of your area, so I just feel like the standard, see, and it goes back to what I was saying. You all do what y'all want to do, but when you create a standard for one that is not afforded for another one, because now I'm going to say to a public school person in the public school system that, hey, you may live 1 mile outside of a zone, but in order for you to go to that school, you've got to pay. And we're now passing a bill that's going to say that someone who wants to homeschool their child, that they chose to keep at home now. They chose to keep their child at home. We're not dealing with a choice voucher. We're just simply dealing with a choice that they have made, and their child can reap the benefits, for which I see them usurping the benefits from someone who is a public school student child that's in the public school system, that if they live, and that's one of the biggest complaints I do get about my system, is because I have people who live just a stone's throw away from the district, but they have to pay. And I think it's a little bit over $1,000 or a little bit more. So now we're saying it's okay that you homeschool, your folks, your parents, mama, big mama, TT, auntie, Mima made a decision to keep you at home, and we passed a law that gives you some type of special conditions for which you are to go to public schools to get career tech. And I support career tech, has nothing to do with that. I just think that we're setting a standard, and I just wish you would have set the bill up. Again, I'm not up here to beg y'all to change anything. I'm only up here to bring light to what you passed, so the public will have a full, clear understanding of these bills. So that's my role this year, and I think I've done a pretty good job of it so far.
Thank you.
I'm on
I
a roll.
appreciate that.
And you know, you're my sweet mate, but I just wish you would have given consideration to that. And this, how long after the governor signs this before this law goes into effect?
Well, I think we have August 1 in here because I wanted it to go into effect for this next school year. So August 1, yes.
August 1, so we're looking at 90 days, roughly, give or take. All right, well, I just wanted to bring that point, and I didn't think about it until I was standing here with you, so it's not something I would have just mentioned to you in the suite. We're suite mates, everybody, and we typically talk about her bills, her good bills. Okay, all right, well, I appreciate it, Representative Dubose. I'm gonna use my two whole.
Well, I appreciate you too, Representative Devan.
You know, the speaker be looking at me sometime. Most time I'm scared to come up here. I think next year I'm gonna work on not coming to the microphone at all and get my message across. Okay, he probably saying, thank you, Jesus. Start now. But anyway, I'm gonna use my whole 36 seconds because I don't know if he's gonna let me come back up here today, so I might as well get all I can get out of these 30 seconds. Every time I'm up here, I think about Mike Hubbard when he would say, if you don't know what to say, get a book and read it, but you better filibuster. And some folks would bring a book if they didn't have nothing else to say, because that's all you get is a minute. Mr. Speaker, I think we ought to go back to where we get 20 minutes to speak. I think that's a good rule. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me consideration for that.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Escambia, Chairman Baker. Speaking on the BR.
Thank you so much for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Representative Dubose, thank you so much for bringing this bill. You did reach out in Baldwin County, which we have a full-time career tech school that will be coming online this next school year. Very excited about that. But yet we wanted to make sure that there was provisions then, I mean, for this to be somewhat of an exclusion, because that is a special, unique situation.
That's right.
For those types of operations.
Yes,
But thank
yes.
you so much for including
Yeah.
that in the bill as well, and having this opportunity for students to be able to engage in the career technical studies, then that's very good. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Baker.
Chair,
Appreciate
thanks,
your
gentlemen.
support.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the lady here.
Yes.
How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing good. I know we've had the opportunity to work together like virtual school.
Yeah, that was fun.
A few things. And so I just want to get some clarity on the bill before I'm able to make a final decision on if it's a good idea or not. How would this be funded?
Right.
Because so if a person decides to provide homeschool, and I know, like, I have a nephew that's homeschooled. He's 22 now, but he had some learning disabilities and some situations, and his grandparents were his guardians, and he just couldn't do well in school. And so he had to be homeschooled. Do the people that's providing the homeschool, do they get funding for some type of assistance to help with the?
If they want to be in a tech school?
No, ma'am.
Like
Like just traditional. Like if it's traditional.
I mean, if you're just plain-o homeschooled, you pay for that yourself, just plain-o homeschooled. Now, going forward, of course, if you want to participate in the Choose Act program as a homeschooler, you would get the $2,000 allocation. Homeschoolers would get that if they're choose to be part of the Choose Act program.
Okay. So which we think is happening, right?
That's going to happen.
That's going to happen.
You know, the first 2 years, it's based on income level.
Okay.
And then third year, it'll be universal.
Okay. So once we start going through that process and the family is able to receive some type of income to help assist with the student, and now the student decides that, because I understand the athletics part, and I'm for that. Now, I'm for it being within the district where they live, because I don't want to open up some can of worms where the Alabama High School Athletic Association, and now we're creating power schools, you know, because my schools in my area win a lot of championships. And so I don't want other schools to try to capitalize and figure out ways to catch up with us. But, you know, we want to see if, with a situation like this, these students are now coming into a public school environment for career tech, and I'm a big career tech person. Who would pay for that? Because I know a lot of times we have like a per pupil capital, we have classroom size, we don't want classrooms to be overcrowded. You know, we don't want to put unfair burdens on administrators, teachers. I mean, we have to have insurances to deal with our students.
Yeah.
What happens with all of that?
So there is an actual ADM, that the daily allowance that's calculated per student, that would, when the student is enrolled as a non-traditional student, that money would come into play, and it would be there for that student. The school would get that monetary, and they get that with the athletes as well.
Okay, so that money will kick in from the ETF?
Yes.
Okay, do we have an idea of how many students we think will participate in something like this? What
You know, we really don't. The only method I was looking at is we knew there's 370 athletes that participate, homeschool athletes. You know, I don't know if we'd have that many career tech I'm hoping it's more. I hope that we have a good number of students that choose to participate.
Me too.
And that the schools have room for them and that they'll take them because they will receive that ADM for it.
Right.
And
I'm
I hope
hoping
that
the
that's encourages them to accommodate these students.
Right, and I'm hoping that the schools will as well. I know, like in Baldwin, we have this new career tech center that's going to be, a very large facility that's going to be able to do things like this. But I know in some school districts, we not quite there. Where
That's right. Every
where we
school
have-
district is
Yeah, everybody's
different where their career tech programs are. And, in Shelby County, the way this came to me, I was telling Representative Gavan is that one of our deputies' sons wanted to participate in career tech. He wasn't planning to go to college. And because he'd been homeschooled, he wasn't allowed to go to the Shelby County Career Tech Center.
Okay.
So this would allow him to participate. It would have a method for them to enroll him. And of course, the school would set their own guidelines as far as, if he needed to have some sort of prerequisite class or something like that.
Okay. Now, would this be for any and all classes that the career tech centers offer? or
Whatever
would it
they
be
deem
kinda-
career tech class.
So
Yeah.
let's just say like the CNAs. I know some
CNA is the, what is he?
certified nursing assistant.
Oh, yeah, it'll be for that, yeah.
Okay, so a homeschool student could go to a career tech center and receive their certification for okay through this program.
Yep, they had room for them. Those are very popular, so yeah.
Yeah, because I know
And-
those are
yeah.
something that we really need in the
Yeah,
state.
absolutely.
So I'm all about trying to create these pathways, and if we can do it, fine. But I just have you had the opportunity to talk to, I guess, like the Superintendents Association and like the
Yes,
School
they're
Board
all in
Association?
favor of this, and we
They're
worked
good
with them
it?
on this bill, the superintendents, school boards, state Board of Education, everybody's
Okay.
been on board with this, and we worked
Anybody
with them from
come
the
out with
beginning.
any strong opposition? I'm not talking about like minor opposition because I know some people, everybody not going to be for it.
Right.
But anybody?
There was no strong opposition at all. I mean, once we figured out how, the ADM would work and, just figured it all out, everybody is very much in supportive. Yes.
The ADM, I think that's important. I was just concerned about, because it doesn't take but one student over a limit to make you to have to create an additional teacher unit. You know what I mean? And
That's right.
start to kind of
And
create
it helps. Yeah.
more situations. But I just need to make sure that we're not creating something that's going to be a problem or a burden on our system, and that we're
Yeah, that was the
actually
key
in a
to the
position
whole.
to be able to handle it.
Mhm.
But I want us to be able to handle it and not start denying these kids too, because we want it where these kids will have somewhere to go. But if we don't have that system in place,
Yeah.
then they're just
That would encourage the schools to participate and, to accommodate the students.
okay. All right. Well, I think that's great because, of course, we have a horrible workforce participation rate. We have this big workforce gap that we're dealing with right now.
That's right.
We can't really find people. We're trying to grow our own and create and arm these young people with talents to be able to go out and get some of
Yeah.
these good paying jobs. And I think this is another opportunity to do that. And as long as we have our bases covered, I think this is a good bill. Let me look over my notes real quick and make sure I'm not leaving anything else out. We talked about the funding. We talked about the per pupil capital funding. Now, I know you mentioned like out of district. So, for instance, the school district where my children go to school, where I live, a lot of people outside of the district, they try to attend that school district because it's, a really good school district in the state. And it's $1,500 a year for people to attend that school district. And it's broken down into semester payments, like $750 a semester or something like that. I heard you mention that these students will be able to go to any school district.
Yeah, when I first started working on this, I had in mind just the school district that you live in.
Right.
And as I worked through it with superintendents and the other agencies, we didn't feel like we needed to restrict it to that. I think most likely you're going to go to the one in your district, but when you think about career tech, you may be going for a specific program, and not all these career tech programs are created equal.
Okay.
So there may be one, that's equally close that has a particular program that another one doesn't have. So it just gives you that opportunity. And I mean, if a school district wants to implement some sort of rule that if you're coming in from out of their district, you have to pay an additional fee, they could do that.
Oh, the local district will have the opportunity to do that?
Yeah, they could do that.
Yeah, let me ask you one last thing before the time runs out. So let's just say I'm going back to the super teams, the sports.
Mhm.
So let's just say a student wants to attend a career tech center that's in a different school district. Would they be allowed to play sports within that school district?
That's a
they're
totally
now
different issue.
attending?
That I don't have anything.
Well, I'm wondering if it does because they'll be attending school in that district for the career tech centers. So if they decide that they also want to enforce the Tim Tebow rule and play sports, will they play sports in the district where they're going to trade school?
I don't see that as being a possibility because they would just enroll as a student only for career tech. I
And,
mean,
no,
they would,
and not for sports or anything?
right. Yeah, that'd be a separate, totally different issue.
Okay, thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield. First, I want to appreciate you for bringing this bill. I think it's innovative, it's out of the box, and I think we've been talking a lot the past couple of years about out of the box thinking for education. Education model is evolving. We passed a resolution the other day, the Senate passed the same one, that allows us to look at the foundation program and potentially how we fund education in the state. Today's workforce is all about, and consumer consumption, everything is about customization, flexibility, and innovation and choice.
Right.
And I think this is providing that. The CHOOSE Act, of course, allows for things like this. Apart from that, I think since we passed the CHOOSE Act, I've had conversations with a number of the public school officials who are opening now to different creative models and ideas that are actually going to help address the workforce needs, the career development needs for children, give people choices.
Right.
And so I think this fits right nicely with what we've talked about in that vein. So I appreciate the, and to that point, in the education budget the House passed, we set aside a pot of money for schools to do similar things like this, school choice options and different type things. So I applaud you for thinking out of the box. I think it's creative, innovative. I hope we see a lot more ideas because we really want public education to continue to improve and be successful. And it's ideas like this that I think will move that needle. So
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Representative DuBose.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have a committee sub.
Here to explain your sub, please.
Yes, the sub does not require that full-time standalone career tech schools have to participate, and that's what Representative Baker was speaking of. And it clarifies that school choice dollars may be used, that the amendment clarifies that any course fees or other costs assessed to a student participating shall be considered a qualifying educational expense with regards to the CHOOSE Act.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. The committee sub has been adopted. Representative Bose.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage of HB 278 as substituted.
That is the question, is final passage of 278 as substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. HB 278 is passed as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, body.
Thank the lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 14 of the calendar, House Bill number 200 by Representative England relating to medical examiners.
Representative England, you're recognized.
Thank you for recognition. Members, House Bill 200 is a very simple bill. It takes existing law that we passed, adds a penalty to it. So if you retain an organ after an autopsy without obtaining consent from the next of kin, you can be charged with a Class C felony. And with that, that's the bill. And if you have, I'll be more than happy to answer any questions. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll move for the BR.
That is questions, adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 90 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative England.
And if there are no questions, I'll move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Shary.
Couple of questions. The person themselves can consent. So if they're an organ donor, then the next of kin doesn't have to consent.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And as the only person here that's ever harvested an organ, when you brought this bill, I'm thinking, what? Who's keeping the organs?
Yeah, I'm just gonna be honest with you. This wasn't on my bingo card this year. But there's been some issues that have been coming up where there may be just a flat out illegal agreement between two entities that one pretends to have the authority to stand in the stead of a next of kin and give that authority to harvest an organ after an autopsy. The law actually creates the responsibility on the medical examiner to notify before they retain the organ. So this just makes sure that we're just letting people know that we're paying attention and the law needs to be followed.
Law needs to be followed. Need to have consent. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Question for the body now is final passage of HB 200. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 89 ayes, 1 nay. HB 200 has passed.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 45 of the calendar, House Bill number 298 by Representative Rafferty relating to taxation.
Representative Rafferty, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. All right, members, this bill is very simple. This bill would exempt the Lieutenant General Victor Brute Krulak Detachment number 1415 of the Marine Corps League from the payment of the state sales and use tax. That would provide for municipalities and counties to exempt this entity from their local sales and use tax by local resolution or ordinance. So I think I will be having a friendly amendment coming up here in just 1 moment, but if there's no other questions, I'd like to ask for the BIR.
That is questions, adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine, the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Representative Rafferty.
All right. I think we have an amendment coming on from
Okay. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yule.
Yes, sir.
I have a friendly amendment, and the amendment basically would add to your bill the Moffett Point Marine Group. That is a Marine Corps group that's a charitable group that take care of veteran services as well as community services. And this group is there only one chapter in Alabama. There are 42 chapters throughout the United States, 20 in the state of Alabama, and that one chapter is in Mobile County. So I just wanted to add them to your bill.
Yes, sir. Members, this is a friendly amendment. Representative, I remember when you brought this up, I started doing my research on it. I was more than honored to accept this friendly amendment.
Okay, you've heard the explanation. Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 298 by Representative Jones.
Okay, you heard the explanation of the amendment. Representative Garrett, you want to speak on this amendment? Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Chairman Garrett.
Thanks, sir. You yield? Yeah, what I want to say is I'm not going to oppose this amendment, but I just want to say I think this, from my perspective, should be a one and done type thing because we don't want to get in a posture where we're bringing amendments on the floor to add tax exemptions that haven't been vetted in the committees. So this one, due to the situation, the way you described it, I don't have a problem, but I think that going forward, this doesn't need to be our practice.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the amendment. If you're for the amendment, your vote will be aye. If not, your vote will be no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 95 ayes, 0 nays. The floor amendment has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Representative Rafferty.
All right, Mr. Speaker, if there's no further questions, I'd like to ask for final passage as amended.
That is the question's final passage of HB 298 as amended. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machines. Record the votes. 97 ayes, 0 nays. HB 298 as amended has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 23 of the calendar, House Bill number 289 was substituted by Representative Hassel relating to patient transport.
Representative Hassel, you're recognized.
Thank you. Representative Hassel would like to carry the bill over.
Okay, you heard the recommend. All of those in favor say aye. Aye. You don't carry it over, call the chair.
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Carrying over, call the chair.
Aye.
Any opposed? The bill has been carried over.
Thank you.
Ms. Clerk, let's call the next bill.
On page 22 of the calendar, House Bill number 360 by Representative Bedsole relating to the Board of Medical Examiners.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Current law allows the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency to conduct national background checks for our licensing board. Simply put, the FBI requires some specific language in our statute to define expedited license. This was a term that we with status to a temporary permit, basically to work very quickly. So this is a simple adding the definition of expedited license.
Question for the body is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 99 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Bedsole.
Speaker, I call for final passage.
That is question is final passage of HB 360. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just like to announce the Rules Committee is going to meet right now in room 617.
Okay, you heard the announcement of the Rules Committee will be meeting right now in room 617. 617. Clerk, let's call the next bill.
On page 2 of the calendar, House Bill number 128 by Representative Gidley relating to municipal historic preservation commissions.
Representative Gidley, you're recognized.
Okay, you're going to move it to the...
No, I'm not here to go.
Oh, you want to take it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that.
House Bill 128. And by the way, if we get to BIR, I do have an amendment to this bill after we get to BIR. Basically, all that House Bill 128 does is allows places of worship only to exempt out of the Historical Preservation Society if they choose to do so. On that, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for the BIR, and then I have an amendment.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Shirey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A lot of times, Representative Gidley, you and I are interchanged.
Yes, sir.
So as Representative Gidley, I'd like to move to carry this bill over. Okay, if that didn't work.
That didn't work, I don't think, no, sir.
Okay. Mobile is opposed to this bill. We have probably the most historic districts of anybody in the state. Some of the problems that we run into with this bill is our, you get the same amendment? Yeah. Is our historic tax credits and some of our grants.
Yes, sir.
We'll take one in particular called Steeple. It's a church, but it's used as a venue. So you see the problems that we run into there. So we're going to have to be opposed to this, and you and I have talked to this. So at the appropriate time, I'll bring an amendment also.
Okay. We get to BIR, and then I'll offer this amendment, and it may answer some of your questions, but we'll go from there. Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Gidley, I too, Roz, I understand what you're doing. You're attempting to fix a problem in Montgomery with a statewide bill, and it damages Mobile in ways that we just can't, we can't go along with this bill. So we're either going to have to amend it and take Mobile out of it, or I think all the people in Southwest Alabama are going to probably have to vote against your bill. This is a Montgomery problem, not a statewide problem, and I'll support you 100% if you fix it in Montgomery, but this will damage Mobile and it'll damage our historic districts.
Yes, sir. Well, it's not just a Montgomery problem. It has been a statewide problem. We'll address that, though, a little later if we get.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and this is a moment, but for me, I too, and I hope APT turns the video off, but I have to stand, I too agree with Representative Pringle. And I know.
If I have not accomplished anything else,
I know.
I have accomplished something.
I know, Mr. Speaker.
So y'all give me credit for that, please.
Listen, I know it must be something wrong with this bill if I agree with Representative Pringle on anything, but I do rise because I do feel the same way. I understand what you're trying to do. I've worked very closely with the archives and the preservation, all of that, because I've cut care of the bill that has been blown up and obliterated and not even made it out of committee a couple of times. But even with that, I understand the issues. But I think this is broad. Even with whatever amendment that you bring, this is really broad and it's really overreaching. And it is almost an excessive entanglement with religion, period. So help me understand your rationale behind this.
Okay, first of all, let me say this on record. There's not a single person out of 4 million people in Alabama that want to preserve our heritage, our monuments, our historical buildings more than I do. Okay, so I want that clear because there's been a lot of misinformation out here about this whole thing. I want that understood. This is the problem, okay? And this is not just a Montgomery problem, while there is an issue there by all means. But there have been churches over the years that have needed to expand. Maybe their ministry is growing. Maybe they need to make a change. Maybe they need to take down a building that they need to build another building there. And they're restricted from doing that. Let me also point out to you, to those here, that there is already law, and I have that statute here that allows churches to do this without even passing this legislation. But
And
they
we
have
don't
to
need
go
the
to,
legislation then, excuse
let
me.
me finish and I'll explain to you. But they have to go to court, and that takes money and time. This would simply allow them to exempt out if they chose to.
Then if they want to go to court, then let them go to court. Most of these churches should have the wherewithal, especially if they're trying to do this type of renovations, redevelopment, whatever you want to call it, in whatever their endeavor is, they should be financially sound enough if they need to go to court. Here again, we've been passing a lot of bills around here where something is already on the books, number one.
With what on the books?
Where there's already laws on the books, and that is so craftily tailored for whatever the issues that have been brought today. And we've done that more this session, I think, than I've seen in 14 years, and that's kind of scary, even with some slight minor amendments. But I just think this is a reach. I love to hear you when you get to the microphone. You fought one or two bad bills that I did not agree with, but even with that, I just can't. This right here. And again, I'm not here to tell you what not to do. Again, I always make my full disclaimer. I'm not here for that.
Yeah, well, let me make it
I'm
clear.
here to
This
point out
touches
the
nothing,
ridiculousness
no
that
other
you do.
structure but religious structures. The only thing it doesn't touch anything else but that.
But that's a lot. The structure is everything. The structure is everything. The structure is, that's it, because that's what you are looking to modify or to do something with, whether it's a structure or artifice therein within that structure. My background is I worked for Richard Arrington Jr. in the mayor's office for the city of Birmingham, and I was responsible in assisting with the capital projects and development, urban planning, planning, engineering, and permits. So when I come up here and y'all talking about tax credits and all this stuff, I mean, I've been baptized by fire. I did it for almost, I don't know how many years. So I get what you're trying to do. I've had to deal with churches where this may or may not have been an issue in the past. But I think the law that we have on the books should suffice, because it's not that many anyway.
So if a church needs to expand and they can't do that, can I send them to your law and practice and you help them get through this?
Yeah, I'm gonna help them get through with it. There are avenues within the law that you can if you going through a process. I mean, sure, it's already on the books. You don't really need. Here again, I'm not here again. When I come up to this microphone, I do my best. The speaker has only had to gavel me down one time this year, and I'm thankful for that. I usually get gaveled down once a year, usually once, only once. People, it seems like a lot, but I don't. It's really one time. And it's something about that gavel, though. Ooh, it just... Come back, Gwendolyn. Come back. Bring it back here. But, yeah, I mean, that's what we got lawyers for. I hated to say that because I know people think lawyers all they want to do is take your money and give you a false sense of hope, and that's not what lawyers do. Not the lawyers I know, but So yeah, I mean, there's a remedy. Absolutely, there's a remedy, and there's an opportunity to cure. So I'm not sure why, and I don't know what your amendment will be, but I don't see your amendment helping outside of giving counties an opportunity to those individuals to opt out. Because I know this would be detrimental to Jefferson County. Absolutely. I mean, it probably more impactful in Jefferson County than anywhere. So, and we've moved more legislation, I think, regarding this issue than most counties that are represented in this august body of members. So I'm perplexed by this. And I don't know how you're going to curate it with your amendment. I guess I'll wait to see it, and hopefully the speaker will allow.
If we get the BR, we may not even get the BR, but we'll see.
I don't know. It's looking bleak for you. You got the the pro tem and a whole lot of other folks in here, but you know, I've seen y'all pull off miracles. Listen, if anybody in here close to God, you are.
Yeah.
So I believe.
If it doesn't work, it's fine.
Yeah, ain't no
We'll move
hard.
on.
Yeah. I told you I've only lost one bill on the BRR. I lost it on the Thursday, got it back on the calendar on the Tuesday, and we got it out. But it was an alcohol bill, and that's when alcohol bills were tough. But now everybody has an alcohol bill. You get alcohol. You get alcohol. I'm tired of all these alcohol bills. It's just too much. But anyway, that was it. That's all I have for you. I just hope we'll see if you get the BRR.
We'll see.
I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Baldwin, Representative Simpson.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
And you and I have had this conversation. You and I had a chance to talk, and
We did.
You've had a chance to unite Mobile and Jefferson County and everybody together on this. My understanding, and just want to make sure I'm still clear, the amendment that was expected to be brought for the city of Mobile, you were going to say that that is unfriendly, correct? Not
Exactly, yes.
At this time, Mr. Speaker, I move to carry over this bill.
Okay, you've heard the request from the gentleman to carry over the bill. If you would like to carry over the bill, your vote will be aye. If not, your vote will be no. Clerk will unlock machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Court to vote 66 ayes, 25 nays. The bill has been carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ms. Clerk, let's call SB 63 out of the basket, please.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has received the accompanying message from Her Excellency the Governor proposing an amendment to Senate Bill number 63 relating to county commissions, said Governor's message being in words and figures as follows.
Representative Stubbs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recommend that we concur with the executive amendment, which adds one word to make it general rather than just local.
What does the bill do? That's the question.
This is the bill we passed. It was HB 93 in this chamber at the beginning of the session related to local discretionary spending. So we had local sheriff's department, whatever it may be, they were getting money through fundraisers, and this absolves the county commission, who has no jurisdiction or say over that local discretionary funding. It absolves them from any liability for the expenditure of that if it's done in a manner that's not proper.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the bill.
So are you saying now this would be?
Ms.
I'm sorry.
Given, I did not call on you. The question for the body now is passage of the concurrence. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 98 ayes, 0 nays. The bill has been concurred upon. Ms. Clerk, let's call out HB 95.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate as amended is therein shown, and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 95 relating to virtual education.
Representative Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill related to remote testing, which we passed out of this chamber. There was one amendment made in the Senate in the committee that we presented as a request from the Department of Education, and I would ask that we concur.
Okay, you've heard the explanation, and the sponsor wishes to concur. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The concurrence has passed.
Thank you, body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Clerk, let's call HB 233.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 233 relating to motor vehicles.
Representative Sarles, are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were a couple of small amendments put on which really didn't change the intent of this bill. The first one was basically adding for agricultural purposes off-road vehicles. The other was a definition of off-road vehicle dealer. So with that said, I would move to concur.
You've heard the explanation of the bill. The sponsor wishes to concur. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 99 ayes, 2 nays. HB 233 has been concurred.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Clerk, let's call HB 275.
Message from the governor. Ladies and gentlemen, enclosed, please find a message from the governor returning House Bill number 275 without the governor's signature and with a proposed executive amendment. Respectfully submitted, William G. Parker, Jr., General Counsel.
Representative Almond.
Yes, sir. This is the indigent defense bill that we passed out of the House and the Senate. And after we did that, someone caught that we unintentionally changed the rate for probate court appointments from $70 down to $55. So we did not intend to do that. So this executive amendment would change that back to $70 per hour as it is currently. And I recommend that we concur.
Okay, you've heard the explanation, and the sponsor wishes to concur. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 101 ayes, 1 nay. HB 275 has passed.
You accidentally pointed me. Hit the red button for me. Can we change my vote from no to yes for the record, Mr. Speaker?
Well, we could. The governor may think you're mad at her if you don't, I think. Okay, Mr. Clerk, let's call up HB 330.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has passed and therein shown and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 330 relating to institutions of higher education.
Representative Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the transparency in foreign funding to our colleges and universities. The only change to this bill was that the state of Qatar was added to the list of countries of concern, and I would move that we concur.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the bill and amendment. Question for the body's adoption of HB 330. All in favor will vote aye. Opposed, vote no. Clerk unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 98 ayes, 0 nays. HB 330 has been concurred.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Clerk, let's call HB 77.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 77 relating to newborn screening.
Representative Rigsby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate added an additional test. This is the newborn screening bill where we were expanding to get up to the national recommendation on the recommended uniform screening panel. They added that they also wanted testing for any disease for which a newborn has a known family history and which can be diagnosed at birth. And with that, I move to concur, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the amendment. The gentleman wishes to concur. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The bill has been concurred upon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ms. Clerk, let's call out HB 182.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 182 relating to crimes and offenses.
Representative Lipscomb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, this is what we refer to as the squatters bill. It's the owner's rights bill. The Senate passed an amendment that was requested by numerous state utilities, which basically states that they would rely upon a writ of possession to turn off and on those utilities to a property and not be subject to liability if they rely upon that writ. That way, we can kind of proceed doing what we are wanting to do without having to negatively, impact any of the utility workers. With that, I would concur, sir.
Yeah, you've heard the explanation of the bill and the reason for concurrence. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The bill has passed as concurred upon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Clerk, let's call up HB 188.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended and is therein shown, and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 188 relating to K-12 public education.
Representative Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Representative Collins' bill, and of course, we know that she's out with her mom, and it's a due process bill, and it's just some small little technical grammatical changes that the Senate made, and the sponsor would like to concur.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the bill, and the sponsor wishes to concur. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 96 ayes, 0 nays. The bill has been concurred.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the lady. Okay, if I can have everybody's attention, please, I'm going to give you an idea of what we're doing. So, can I have your attention? So the other day, we carried over some Senate bills, and I think we're trying now to get as many House bills in position to move as we possibly can. So just FYI, the Senate has moved some 15 House bills already today, and are in the process of moving some more. So we certainly appreciate the cooperation with them and working with them to do so. So in good faith, we're going to add 10 more Senate bills to a new calendar, and we're going to try to move those bills out for them. So it's going to take us about 5 minutes for the clerk to get his bills ready. And the Rules Chairman has met with the Rules Committee and I think have placed 10 bills, Senate bills on the calendar. And we're going to move through those in good faith because they have moved our bills in good faith.
Start preparing, if they'd like.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate your patience as we work through technology here. But I just wanted to tell you the bills that will be on this calendar so you can start being prepared, if that helps y'all. Okay, we got these are all SBs. SB 9, SB 23, SB 34, SB 89, SB 104, SB 240, SB 266, SB 291, and SB 275, and SB 149. So if you have any problems with any of those bills, please come see me at my desk, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Mr. Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a resolution.
Clerk will receive the resolution.
House Resolution number 234 by the House Rules Committee, a special order calendar.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. The calendar is adopted. Clerk will call the first bill on the special order calendar.
On page 63 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 9 by Senator Coleman relating to Class 1 municipalities.
Coleman Madison.
It's Coleman Madison.
It's Coleman Madison.
She might be going by Coleman now since she got divorced. I don't know. Yeah, he says they're not going to put it up there.
All right. Thank you for the recognition. Yes, yeah, I'm carrying it.
Chair recognizes Representative Rafferty for.
All right, members. This bill deals specifically and solely with Class 1 municipalities. That is Birmingham. What this does is allows Class 1 municipalities to petition for judicial in rem foreclosure of municipal code enforcement and nuisance abatement liens on property that is not owner occupied. Essentially what that means is that this bill allows for the city of Birmingham to be able to clear a title on a severely neglected property that has a lot of enforcement liens on it, whether it be weed abatement or demolition lien even, so that the property can then be more attractive to other investors and that kind of thing. This legislation provides the judicial process for this and ensures a due process to anyone with an interest in the property, and results in a sale in which a purchaser obtains a clear title to the property. So this makes it more attractive to new responsible ownership and restore the property to productive use. I'm happy to answer any questions, but in the meantime, I'd like to call for the BIR.
Chair recognizes Representative Moore from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, could you explain that a little bit better?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to. Okay, so right now what it is you are well familiar with Birmingham's blight problem and issues that we have in some of our neighborhoods.
That's because the city ain't done nothing.
That's because the city hasn't been able to collect on any of the abatement, the liens that have been put on any of these properties.
Oh.
So my understanding is that this will allow for them to be able to recover the full cost of what it would be, so that then the title can be cleared, and that then it can actually be sold and to
But that's what they do through the land bank.
owner.
They do that through the land bank anyway. And I wonder what's the difference
Yes,
in
ma'am.
doing that, because that's what they do when a person comes in and have, even if they've spotted a piece of property they want, and they go check to see if it's in the land bank, that's what they do anyway.
Right.
And then they would take care of that so that they would have clear title.
Right. So what this one does is it actually, so Mobile did something very similar for Class 2 municipalities back in 2017. It's been very successful. And what this does is actually establishes the judicial process for in rem foreclosure. My understanding is now with in rem foreclosure, if someone is an owner of a property subject to a municipal code enforcement lien, such as for demolition or unsafe structures, or for cutting weeds, for an extended period of time, the lien may be then enforced by in rem foreclosure if the lien remains unpaid. And in rem just means that the lawsuit is being solely against the property instead of a person.
Who's taking them to court for that? Is the city?
The city would be doing this, yes, ma'am.
Because I don't understand it all, because that's why we set up the land bank. Now we come up with other ways of selling land and getting it back on the tax roll.
Right.
Now, one of the problems in all of our properties that have been abandoned in the city of Birmingham, they would look better anyway if the city cut the right of way. Come through my neighborhood. If the city would just cut the right of way, the property might look good and somebody might want to purchase it. But the city neglect and make these neighborhoods look so bad, because if they've got vacant pieces of property or abandoned pieces of property, they won't cut the right of way. If the trash is there and they will pass by with a little truck that have the little pitchfork, they can pick the trash and they'll drive right by it.
Right.
And they won't pick it up. So it just bothers me when we're so quick to pass a piece of legislation to go out the people.
Okay.
But the city, if the city just did its bare necessity,
Right.
every piece of abandoned or isolated property in the city of Birmingham will look 100% better. Even around the freeways, they don't even cut that. But they're eager always to go after people, and they don't do their due diligence just for the few tax-paying dollars we pay.
So I will say that this particular process here specifically will not affect owner-occupied property.
I know what
and
you said,
residential.
people that's going through foreclosure.
And I'm talking about this will not affect anybody who's owner-occupied. These are properties that are
I
massive.
know it don't affect owner. I'm saying, did you hear me? I'm going to speak some Queen English.
Okay.
Even for abandoned property, if the city would cut the right-of-way in front of those properties, it would look better. That's what I'm saying. Even those that are unoccupied structures from one end of the city to the other end of the city, if the city would just do their due diligence with those abandoned pieces of property, it would look better. You see what I'm saying?
Understood. Yes,
but
ma'am.
we're quick, the city is quick to throw out something where they can make sure they could collect some money from somebody here or collect some money from somebody there, especially like you're talking about those properties are in foreclosure. But if they just did their due diligence for the few dollars that we give, if we, the few taxes we pay, just clean up the city from that. Even all that in my area is a lot of abandoned property. Abandoned property that used to be on my street. I used to cut the grass myself, me and my neighbors. We would cut the cities right away that the city won't cut. So that the properties, and we'll cut it back so many feet so that the property will look better. If the city did that, then it wouldn't be necessary to try to make a piece of property that's been abandoned. The city wouldn't have to pass a bill to make it more attractive for potential buyers to come and purchase that property. If they just did what they supposed to do. That's why our areas look so bad. And heaven help, it could have been an abandoned lot. If we don't beg them to cut it, they're not gonna cut it. And no right-of-ways. No right-of-ways are cut. If you go to the south side, every right-of-way on the south side is well manicured. You come to the north side, once you get past 8th Avenue North, they don't cut any right-of-ways. They just let them be overgrown. And when, like you said, when that property has been abandoned and is vacated, it's falling in. If you just cut the right-of-way and the grass and weeds that's growing in front of it that's on the city property, it would make it look better. But they're always so eager to put something in place that's going to come after the taxpayer or somebody else, even if it's abandoned. When you're talking about collection from properties that they have cut, I heard you mention that they've had such a problem collecting those fees from properties that they have maintained. But beyond that, in that property that they maintain, I promise you, they didn't cut the right-of-way in front of that property. That the neighborhood might have complained. They might have come in and torn that house down. Once the city tear that house down or the building down, they do nothing to the city property. And if they would just cut those weeds that is normally as high as a tall fence, if they would cut that, it would look better than always going after some way that you could tax the citizens of Birmingham that because you maintained a lot. somewhere in the line of business when we pay property tax, we ought to be able to get something from it. They don't do right-of-ways. Most of our neighborhoods don't even have a beat officer to protect you in the neighborhoods. So we get very little services. So if they would just do their due diligence, those same pieces of property would look better if the city can cut that mile-high weed that's in front of it. And all of this is on city property. It's not on the property that you're talking about. This is just city property.
Yes, ma'am.
So if they would just maintain theirs for us that live in the neighborhoods while you're busy attacking the people that might own that property where you tore that house down. And then even with some of our city councils in some of the neighborhood when we request that a house that's falling in itself should be torn down, we're told, okay, but you need to take some of your neighborhood funds to show good faith. So if the city would just give us something for our tax-paying dollars, I think that when you come forth with bills like this, or Senator Coleman come forth with bills like this, it wouldn't be so upsetting to the citizens.
Understood.
Yes,
ma'am.
But they don't come out to see that they haven't done their due diligence on what's theirs.
Right. I understand. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
The question for the body is now adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Have all the members? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 94 yeas, no nays. The BIR is adopted.
All right. If there's no other questions, I would like to ask for final passage.
Question for the body's final passage of SB 9. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 93 yeas, 1 nay. SB 9 passes. The clerk will call the next bill on the special order.
Thank you, members.
On page 8 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 23 with substitute by Senator Williams relating to food products.
Chair recognizes Representative Crawford of Limestone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 23 deals with lab-grown meats. They throw a couple of animal cells in there, throw some chemicals in there and some ingredients, and boom, you get a chicken leg out. So this is something that I don't think we ought to be feeding. I asked for the BIR.
With that technical explanation, the question for the body is adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 95 yeas, 6 nays. The BIR is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I have a sub.
The clerk will receive the substitute.
I'm sorry, committee sub, excuse me.
Yeah.
Can I explain the sub?
Yeah.
The sub just makes an exemption for universities, NASA, and things like that who are doing research in that area.
Chair recognizes Representative Lands of Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I seem to be on a theme today about government overreach. It feels like we've gotten into our bedrooms and our bathrooms and our schools and now our libraries, and now we're coming for the kitchen and our refrigerator. What is going to be next? I thought conservatives, Republicans were all about letting the free market do its work. And I don't believe that we should be dictating what people can eat or criminalize people who sell or service certain foods. even when they've received approval from the federal government. This makes no sense to me. We don't even do this with cigarettes. Now, I'm from Huntsville, where we pride ourselves on our knowledge of science. This is the food of astronauts. We can't take a cow to the moon, after all, even if one can jump over it. And I don't know about chemicals being in this process, but I do know a lot of agricultural products go into the process, and it's not necessarily in a lab. I understand they're raising the salmon in a brewery out in Washington State and using the big beer vats for it. But cultivated meat goes through a more rigorous process than any other food licensed for sale. It takes approval from the FDA and the USDA to be sold. Banning it is a slap in the face to capitalism and to the free market. Why would we restrict access to something that many people choose for ethical, environmental, or health reasons? I'm not sure who's behind this bill. I have been told that there's an organization, Health Freedom Alabama, who is concerned about vaccines being put in these cultivated products. That makes no sense to me. They could be putting the vaccine in products that are on the market today. So again, it makes no sense. I would like to move that we carry the bill over. Thank you.
The question before the body is a motion to carry the bill over temporarily. The clerk will unlock. What? All in favor of carrying the bill over, say aye. All opposed? Whoa, that motion fails. We're back to the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let my ears calm down a little bit. But I asked for final passage of 23 as subbed.
The question for the body is adoption of the substitute. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 91 yeas, 7 nays. The substitute is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage.
The question for the body is final passage of SB 23 is substituted. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 85 yeas, 14 nays. The bill, Senate Bill 29 passes. Clerk will call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 13 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 34 by Senator Smitherman relating to crimes and offenses.
Representative Faulkner of Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a very small amendment to the existing law that we have about terrorist threats. And all that this bill does is include if a threat is made against an elected public official or his or her staff, they would also, that would also be subject to this act. And with that, I'd move for the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 yeas. The BIR is adopted.
I move for final passage if there's no further questions.
Question for the body's final passage of SB 34. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 yeas, no nays. SB 34 passes. Clerk will call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 12 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 89 with substitute by Senator Smitherman relating to crimes and offenses.
Chair recognizes Representative Clark of Mobile.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Senator Smitherman and Representative Faulkner. So this bill, SB 89, actually amends current law. And as Senator Smitherman just explained to me on the telephone, his amendment would prohibit loitering within 30 feet of a ramp on an interstate. He said that what is happening is that people are loitering, causing traffic to back up, and that this is a safety hazard. So I'd like to move the BIR.
Chair recognizes Representative Gavan of Jefferson.
Thank you, Representative Clark. I do have an appreciation for the bill, but I do have some concerns, and this is just my moment to come to this microphone because I want to make sure that any bill that I have upstairs with the Senate gets a fair opportunity to get out that basket. And we've started moving Senate bills, and I'm going to be asking of the Speaker that he would move these bills slowly until I can get my bill out of the basket and get my bills out to successful passage. Every member down here has a right to vote how they want to vote. And my whole thing is that I believe there's power in both houses, both chambers, and that, you know, when we start passing all of these Senate bills, you know, no bill can pass out of this house, full house, unless both chambers concur. So as we begin to move these bills, I hope that we will move in a posture that will allow for what I just spoke about. And I hate that you're being brought into this for whatever reason. But that's my biggest concern. So it has nothing to do with you. So you can take a breath.
I understand your concern. I am in a similar position with bills in the Senate.
Because we have a right to have our bills, the little opportunities that we rarely get, and to get bills out. And I noticed it is becoming more and more of a pattern up in the Senate that our bills or certain bills, and I've never had one held up in the basket before, but they move right along, and the ones that I care about, I've never had a problem getting them out. I know Representative Warren is having some problems, but these are people where sometimes they're the same caucus, and I still can't understand how we as Democrats could do each other like that for any reason. But you know, these are different times. But you've had some good bills.
Thank you.
Totally held hostage. You were very thorough. I said that to you the other night. Other day, I think Tuesday it was.
You did, and I appreciate it, and I have to pay you the same compliment, Senator.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oops, I just elevated you, Representative Gavan.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I don't have to have a title, but I just wanted to make that comment, and I'm hoping that the Speaker will do just that, and that we begin to count down the number of Senate bills or certain individuals that are up their bills and slow down the passage thereof until my bill can get out that basket up there off the 7th floor. And if you have a problem, then you need to call me to the side. But to be holding my bill, that's problematic for me. So I just want to, and other representatives such as yourself, good people, good bills, as we get closer and closer to sine dying. You know, so I appreciate the opportunity to come up and speak on this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank the lady.
Chair recognizes Representative Moore of Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, tell me the consequences of them loitering around the areas. What would be the consequences?
In the quick conversation that I had with Senator Smitherman before I came to the podium, he said that it is a safety issue, that it could cause wrecks, it could cause those individuals who are on foot loitering to be injured.
Well, have you seen people in your area when they stand by the freeway, homeless people asking for a contribution?
I have.
How many wrecks have you seen? Most of the places I see them in Birmingham, those are areas where the traffic is backed up all the time. That's why they choose those areas, because the traffic is backed up for so long, they got time to go to 2 or 3 cars and get a contribution. But I've not seen them necessarily cause accident, and that's in all the major freeway exits. The places you normally would see is the exit there on University Boulevard, right by the hospital. Usually that's one of the places. The other one is if you're getting off the Ensley Avenue exit there going west. They're usually there. When you come back, if you're going east and you're getting off there in either Eastwood Mall area or the Roebuck Mall area, you will see them there. But they don't do anything to cause the traffic to back up, nor do they do anything, step out in the right of way where someone might hit them. They never do that. They stay and walk along in the area that they are in. Now, my concern is these people are homeless most times. They need something. So while we worry about them loitering and asking for monies, I think we ought to be about how do we help them. I know you have certain cities like Denver that have come up with excellent programs to help people that were loitering along the freeway or homeless people. And those, we could look at what that city and other cities have done to help this homeless population. And it didn't all of a sudden happen. Those people have been at those major sites forever since we've had a freeway.
Yes.
They've been in those sites. I've never seen them step out in front of a car. I've never seen them. They usually walk along the path. If the traffic is held up for a prolonged period of time due to the traffic light, not anything that these people are doing. Usually the traffic is held up because of the traffic light. When that light changes, they get back in their lane. They never stay there to cause any type of accident or either any of them that would possibly get hit. So I just wonder, you know, we have a knack in this body. We identify problems, but we don't seek to solve the problem. So what do? Do they come back and arrest all of these people? And so now, after you arrest them, the city, the state, the county, somebody got to take care of them once they've been arrested because they're loitering. I just worry about those types of situations, and why can't we be about the business of getting them off those freeway ramps where they are asking for monies for food in most cases or whatever they need those monies for. But I've not seen a major accident in those areas because of the people loitering. You know, I've not seen it, and I drive from one end to the other.
You know your city, Representative Moore. I've not seen that happen in Mobile, but we're a smaller city. Our traffic isn't nearly as congested as it is in Birmingham. So I have to defer to you.
Yeah, but the only reason it's congested, like I say, is during the work hours. When it's on the south side, those people are getting off the freeway going to either University Hospital, St. Vincent's Hospital, or one of the medical facilities that's in the area. Same thing is happening when it's in the morning and in the evening when people are going to work in those areas or leaving work in those areas. Other freeway exits where it's not a route to work or home, you don't see that traffic backed up like that. You could just put your thumb on if you had a map, you know exactly where the traffic is going to be held up because of the types of businesses that are located at those freeway exits. But even with that, I've never seen them cause an accident. The accident is caused because of the person in the car. Either they trying to make that light to make a turn or whatever, and the other car starts before the light is fully green, and that's usually when the accident occurs. But I appreciate you listening.
Thank you, and that's been my experience in Mobile, so I agree with what you're saying. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ingram from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady Gill.
Certainly.
Thank you for bringing this. We passed something a couple of years ago that would help. Of course, it's not being enforced in some parts of the state, but we've had 3 people get run over on the interstates, beside the interstates at exits. One of them at Ann Street, actually one of them at the Southern Bypass, and I think the other one on Mulberry. I'm not sure about that. But you know, we got to protect these people. A lot of them are mental health. A lot of them are on drugs. A lot of them are homeless. But it doesn't matter who they are. We need to take action to protect them. And being out beside of a highway with that kind of speed limit is not a safe thing to do. And so if we need to get them help, there's places where they can go to get help besides beg for food or beg for money. And a lot of it's going to drugs anyway. So thank you for bringing this. It's a great bill. Thanks.
Thanks, Senator Smitherman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And the question before the body now is adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. If all the members voted, clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 95 yeas, 1 nay. The BIR is adopted. Would you like to explain the sub, Ms. Clark?
I have a sub.
Yes, ma'am.
The highlighted part. And so the sub is on line 51, and it simply states that, or any area within 30 feet of an interchange involving a controlled access or limited access highway. An interchange is defined as a system of interconnecting roadways providing for traffic movement between 2 or more roadways that do not intersect at grade. So what it does is give the definition of an interchange.
Question for the body is adoption of the sub. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 97 yeas, no nays. The substitute is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I move passage of SB 89 as substituted.
Question for the body is final passage of SB 89 is substituted. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote.
Thank you,
Clerk
Mr.
will
Speaker.
lock the machine, record the vote. 94 yeas, 3 nays. SB 89 passes. Clerk will call the next bill in the
Thank you,
special
Mr.
order
Speaker,
calendar.
and thank you, members.
Thank you.
On page 43 of the calendar, 49 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 104 by Senator Carnley relating to civil practice.
Chair recognizes Representative Stubbs from Watauga.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, body. This Senate Bill 104 is a companion bill to House Bill 92, which we passed out of this body, relating to asbestos litigation and preventing overnaming of defendants. And with that, I ask for the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 97 yeas, no nays. The BIR is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, if there are no further questions, I ask for final passage of SB 104.
Question for the body's final passage of SB 104. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 yeas, no nays. SB 104 passes. Clerk
Thank you,
call the
Mr.
next
Speaker.
bill in the
Thank
special
you,
order.
body.
On page 50 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 240 by Senator Barfoot relating to the Department of Mental Health.
Chair recognizes Representative Bedsole of Shelby.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Members, this is a companion bill, an identical bill to HB 359. This was the mental health related bill that I brought up probably a little over a week ago that had 4 specific points on what it accomplishes. So I'll be happy to explain those if we need to go into further detail. Otherwise, I'll ask for the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 99 yeas, no nays. The BIR is adopted.
I ask for final passage.
Question for the body's final passage of SB 240. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote.
Red.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 yeas, no nays. SB 240 passes.
Thank you, Mr.
Clerk, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 53 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 266 with substitute by Senator Livingston relating to motor vehicles.
Chair recognizes Representative Shedd from Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill clarifies about tolerance in regards to legal weight limits is all it does. I'll move the BIR, please, sir.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 yeas, no nays. The BIR is adopted.
We do have a, I'm sorry.
Question for the body's final pass SB 266.
We have a sub.
I don't see it on here. Oh, okay, never mind. Adoption of the question for the body's adoption of the sub. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 yeas, no nays. The substitute is adopted.
Ask for final passage.
Question for the body is final passage of SB 266 as substituted. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 yeas, no nays. SB 266 passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House.
Clerk will call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 63 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 291 by Senator Wagner relating to municipal officials.
Terry, good? Okay.
Yeah, I don't have it with me. I don't have it.
Chair recognizes Representative Simpson of Baldwin.
This bill requires municipal officials to participate in training. With that, I'd move for the BIR.
Question before the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. I'll get.
Thank you. Pull up the bill for me.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 100 yeas, no nays. The BIR is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Moore of Jefferson.
Okay. This is Jabba Wagner bill. That's good.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this bill is requiring all of these people to be trained.
This requires beginning January the 1st, 2025.
I got the bill right here.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
As they said right here.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And I'm wondering, can we amend this to include the legislative House and Senate also? Will you accept that friendly amendment? Because I don't know why we think these people need training when we don't get any. A lot of times, what kind of training you get?
We get ethics training.
Ethics, yeah, they do too.
Mm-hmm.
But what other training you need to have? Some of us need to have training to know what our real purpose is down here. We have two bills to pass as legislators. Well, a general fund budget and an education trust fund budget. All of the other bills that we deal with is just a prize for us to be able to work on. But the Constitution gives us the time we have down here to pass a budget. And that's what they give us time to do. So I think some of us need training, because then if we would get the training, what I learned early on is that you don't bring frivolous bills. You don't bring bills just because one person asks you to. That's going to impact every citizen in the state of Alabama. So just like these people need some training, I think that, and somebody feels as though, I think this is Senator Wagner's bill.
It is.
And so just like he believes that all of these municipal office officials need some type of training, which I think they go through something pretty much like we go through. But I would like to amend that whatever training that they are required to have, that we will add the Alabama legislature to it, as well as the governor's office to it. Because, you know, most of us come into these positions and we're not necessarily trained on what the role of a legislator is, just like the people in municipal government. They are not necessarily trained either. So are you looking up training sessions for us?
No, ma'am, I'm looking up the language of the bill as it's written, that is engrossed from the Senate.
Okay, that's what you, okay, I thought maybe since we've got parliamentary procedure they need to learn, conflict of interest training they need, legislative advocacy, liability, public records. They got a lot of things that they need to have courses in. Look like it's about 4 years worth of training in it, from what they will have a degree in what?
I don't believe it's a degree. I think it's
Oh, well, you look at all the training, annexation, the authority to expend municipal funds. They don't know how to expend municipal funds when they have someone in finance that's trained, well-educated, experienced in carrying out that particular process. They need to know police and planning jurisdiction. So I guess with some, you wouldn't expect the mayor and all the council people to have that knowledge, but if they had a department for city or municipal planning, that person would do that. I wouldn't think that we would want or expect our elected officials to be knowledgeable of that. Public works bidding. I don't think that the mayor and the council actually participate in that, but they do have staff people that are learned people in that process. They might need to understand that, but we need to understand that too. I've never had a course as a legislator in public works training, revenue sources. I haven't had the training as a legislator to learn all about revenue sources and how we add or subtract different revenue sources, competitive bid laws, budgeting, audit requirement, the public purpose doctrine, the Open Meeting Act. You mean to tell me that we got local municipal elected officials that don't understand the Open Meeting Act? Mr. Simpson?
No, I believe that this bill trains them. This bill requires 10 hours of training annually for the first term to educate on ethics and other topics that mayors and council will face during their terms.
But do we have that type of training 10 hours annually?
And then would require 5 years of continuing education, and the League of Municipalities would be the one to handle the training.
But do we get that type of training?
I don't believe we do. I mean, we have.
But we could put requirements on people that we don't put on ourselves, and I would dare say, unless you have that legal mind and you experience a lot that's on here, but I could dare say the average person sitting in these seats don't have the total knowledge of any of all of these required courses that we are requiring our local officials to have, but we are not requiring legislators to have a better understanding of the job that we have to do. So I'm just concerned about it. I'm just, as I say, come to express my thoughts. I know it doesn't make any difference. I know, but I think it's a sad epitaph that we as legislators and everybody that can press that green button gonna press it. And they don't understand half the stuff that comes through here because they haven't experienced it before. But yet and still they vote on it like they're an expert on it. And that's my concern, that we will require other people to have training that we don't have. And a lot of these issues that we deal with that might cover some of these curriculum requirement, we don't understand it, but we would put that requirement on other people. Thank you so much for being attentive.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Question for the body now is final passage of SB 291. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 97 ayes, 2 nays. SB 291 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 43 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 275 by Senator Melson relating to counties.
Jim Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 275 deals with the Ag Center in Lauderdale County, which allow them to develop facilities and other assets and use those resources for their purpose. I ask for the BR.
That is question is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 99 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Chairman Crawford.
I ask for final passage.
Has questions. Final passage of SB 275. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 99 ayes, 0 nays. SB 275 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 48 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 149 by Senator Orr related to prisoners.
Chairman Lee, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is the one we've been looking for, isn't it? This the last one? All right, I move for BIR.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
I will.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 97 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Chairman Lee.
The county has several state prisoners in their jails, and this bumps their pay for their lunches from $2.25 to $3 over a period of 3 years. Move for final passage.
You've heard the explanation of the bill. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. SB 149 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle. Before you start, let me say, Chris, give me a chance. Let me say something to this body. Sitting up here in the chair and watching you guys work has been amazing this whole session. And today is just an example of that. So I applaud you for the work that you've been doing for this session. So thank you for that.
Mr. Speaker, having previously agreed to meet on Tuesday, April 30th at 1 p.m., I move the House stand in adjournment.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.